Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. In the summer of 1990, my fiancé James and I made the difficult decision to postpone our wedding. The stress of planning had become overwhelming, and we both recognized the need to step back and reconnect. Living on the big island of Hawaii had always been a dream, but island life can become surprisingly routine, even in paradise. Our solution was simple, yet ambitious. Escape to the mainland, rent a car, buy camping gear, and explore as many national parks as our limited budget would allow. "This is exactly what we need," James said as we finalized our plans one humid evening. "Just us, the open road, and some of the most beautiful places in America." I nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Neither of us were experienced campers, but the adventure appealed to both of us. Growing up in Hawaii meant I had limited exposure to mainland wildlife or extreme weather conditions, while James, having spent his childhood in Northern California, at least had some familiarity with forest environments. We saved every penny we could for 3 months, taking extra shifts and cutting out all unnecessary expenses. By late September, we had enough for flights to San Francisco, a rental car, basic camping equipment, and 2 weeks of travel funds. Our itinerary would take us through parts of California, Nevada, Idaho, and finally Wyoming, where Yellowstone National Park would be the crown jewel of our journey. The night before our departure, I had the first of what would become recurring nightmares. Dreams of being trapped, unable to move, with something immense and threatening hovering just outside my awareness. I woke drenched in sweat, my heart racing. "It's just pre-trip jitters," James assured me, his voice still heavy with sleep. "Everything's going to be fine." I wished I could believe him. Something about this trip felt different, as if we were moving toward something rather than away from it. Still, I dismissed the feeling as mere anxiety about leaving home and venturing into unfamiliar territory. Our flight to San Francisco was uneventful. We rented a modest compact car, purchased a 4-person tent, sleeping bags, a camping stove, and other essentials from a discount outdoor store. The salesperson, an older man with deep wrinkles carved into weather-beaten skin, eyed us with what I now recognize as concern. "Heading to Yellowstone this late in the season?" he asked, scanning our purchases. "Weather can turn quickly up there. You folks prepared for that?" "We'll be fine," James said confidently. "We're not staying long, just passing through as part of a bigger trip." The man nodded slowly. "Well, just remember, respect the wilderness. It doesn't care about your plans or your comfort." His words followed me out of the store, settling uncomfortably in my mind as we packed our new gear into the trunk of our rental car. Little did I know how prophetic they would prove to be. The first few days of our trip passed pleasantly enough. We explored the redwoods, marveled at the stark beauty of the Nevada desert, and camped at small state parks that were largely empty in the off-season. With each passing day, I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly, though the nightmares continued, growing more vivid and disturbing. By our 5th day on the road, we were deep into rural Idaho, driving through stretches of land so empty they seemed forgotten by time itself. The radio reception had become increasingly poor, static interrupting the few stations we could find. When we did catch clear segments, the news was oddly fixated on wildlife incidents. A hiker mauled somewhere in Montana, unusual animal behavior reported in multiple western states, and warnings about being vigilant in wilderness areas. "They're really playing up the dangerous wildlife angle this year," James commented, turning the dial in search of music instead. "Probably trying to keep tourist numbers down now that the summer rush is over." I wasn't so sure. Something about the frequency of these reports felt deliberate, as if they were attempting to prepare people for something without causing panic. But I kept these thoughts to myself, not wanting to dampen our adventure with paranoia. The landscape had transformed into a semi-arid plateau, with scrubby vegetation dotting the rusty soil. We'd been driving for hours without seeing another vehicle when a structure appeared in the distance, a dark smudge against the horizon that gradually took shape as we approached. "What is that?" I asked, squinting through the windshield. James slowed the car. "Looks like an old agricultural building. Barn or storage shed, maybe. Should we stop?" The question escaped before I could consider it properly. Something about the building both repelled and drew me, like an itch that demanded to be scratched despite knowing it would hurt. Why not? We could use a stretch break and I'd like to take some photos. James was already pulling onto the dirt shoulder, dust billowing around our vehicle as we came to a stop. The building stood approximately 200 yards from the road, connected by what might once have been a driveway, but was now just two parallel ruts worn into the hard earth. As we approached on foot, the first thing I noticed was the silence, a complete absence of sound that felt unnatural, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Then came the smell. At first, it was just a hint, something that made my nose wrinkle involuntarily. With each step closer, the odor intensified until it became unmistakable. The sickly sweet stench of rotting flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood. "James," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "Something's wrong." He hesitated, then squared his shoulders. "Let's just take a quick look. If it's something bad, we can report it in the next town." I should have insisted we leave. That moment of indecision, of allowing curiosity to override instinct, would haunt me for years to come. The building was larger than it had appeared from the road, a steel-framed structure with corrugated metal walls and a high roof. The main door hung partially open, its bottom edge scraping a semicircle in the dirt with each gust of wind. The buzzing of flies grew louder as we approached, a droning chorus that seemed to multiply in volume with each step. James pushed the door wider, and I followed him inside, immediately regretting the decision. The interior was dimly lit by sunlight filtering through gaps in the metal walls and roof, creating shafts of illumination that highlighted the horror rather than diminishing it. Elk carcasses, or what remained of them, were strewn throughout the space. Not neatly butchered as hunters might prepare them, but savagely torn apart, limbs separated from torsos, rib cages exposed, internal organs spilled across the concrete floor. Blood had sprayed across the walls in patterns that defied explanation, as if the animals had exploded from within rather than being killed by external force. I pressed my hand over my mouth and nose, fighting the urge to vomit as my eyes cataloged details I wished I could unsee. There were dozens of animals, perhaps 50 or more, in various states of decomposition. Some appeared relatively fresh, while others had clearly been there for weeks. "This isn't right," James muttered, his face pale beneath his tan. He moved further into the building, carefully stepping around the carnage. "Look at how they're torn apart. This wasn't done with knives or tools." "What do you mean?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears, shock already setting in. He knelt beside one carcass, pointing but not touching. "The tissue isn't cut cleanly. It's ripped, like something with enormous strength pulled these animals apart." A sob escaped me before I could suppress it. The implications were too disturbing to contemplate. "We need to call someone. The police, or Forest Service, or—" "No." James stood abruptly, wiping his hands on his jeans, though he hadn't touched anything. "We're not getting involved in this. We're on vacation, trying to relax, remember? This is some poacher's dump site or maybe someone's sick idea of a joke." "This is not a joke, James. Look around you." I gestured wildly at the carnage. "Normal people don't do this. Exactly why we're leaving. Now." He gripped my arm, steering me toward the exit. "We'll be at Yellowstone by evening. Let's just focus on that." As we stepped back into the sunlight, I noticed something I'd missed on our approach. Tire tracks, much wider than our rental car would make, and alongside them, indentations in the dirt that didn't match any footprint I recognized. They were massive, widely spaced, and deeply pressed into the hard soil, as if whatever made them carried substantial weight. I opened my mouth to point them out to James, but he was already marching toward our car, keys in hand, clearly intent on putting this place behind us. With one last glance at the building, a glance that revealed dark shapes moving inside that hadn't been there moments before, I ran to catch up with him. We drove in silence for nearly an hour, the rhythmic sound of tires on asphalt providing a hypnotic backdrop to my racing thoughts. James stared straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror as if expecting pursuit. I wanted to discuss what we'd seen, to process the horror through conversation, but his rigid posture discouraged any attempt. When we finally broke the silence, it was to discuss practicalities. How many miles to Yellowstone, whether we needed to stop for supplies, which campsite we should aim for. The unspoken agreement to avoid mentioning the building full of mangled elk hung between us like a physical presence. The radio crackled to life as we entered an area with better reception, and a news bulletin cut through our forced normalcy. Remains identified as those of Joanna Kemp, a 33-year-old solo hiker from Seattle. Park officials continue to attribute the death to a grizzly attack, though some aspects of the case remain unexplained. Visitors to Yellowstone National Park are advised to exercise extreme caution, particularly in remote areas. James switched stations abruptly, landing on one playing outdated pop music. "Need something a bit more upbeat," he muttered. "Did they say unexplained?" I asked. "Shouldn't a bear attack be pretty straightforward?" He shrugged, keeping his eyes on the road. "You know how the media exaggerates everything for ratings? They probably just can't confirm it was a grizzly specifically versus a black bear or whatever." I wasn't convinced, but I let it drop. The day's earlier discovery had left me raw, my usual optimism replaced by a gnawing sense of foreboding that intensified as we approached Yellowstone's western entrance. The massive stone arch welcoming us to the park should have inspired awe and excitement. Instead, I felt as if we were passing through a gateway into something dangerous and unknown. The ranger at the entrance station seemed distracted, barely glancing at our faces as she handed over a map and recited warnings about wildlife safety and fire restrictions. When James mentioned we planned to camp, her attention sharpened momentarily. "Which campground?" she asked, her tone suddenly focused. "We were thinking about one of the more remote ones," James replied. "Away from the crowds? Lewis Lake, maybe?" Her expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. "Lewis Lake is closed for maintenance. I'd recommend staying at Madison or Bridge Bay. They're more centrally located and have better facilities." James frowned. The website said Lewis Lake was open through October. "Recent change," she said curtly. "Madison is your best option this time of year." Before he could press further, she turned her attention to the vehicle behind us, a clear dismissal. "That was weird," I commented as we drove away. "Why would they suddenly close a campground in the middle of the season?" "Probably budget cuts or staffing issues," James replied, though he sounded uncertain. "Madison looks nice anyway, and it's closer to the main attractions." Upon reaching Madison Campground, we discovered it was nearly empty, with only a handful of the hundreds of sites occupied. This struck me as odd for late September. Not peak season, certainly, but still pleasant weather for camping. The few other visitors we glimpsed kept to themselves, hurrying between their vehicles and tents with furtive glances at the surrounding forest. We selected a site near the bathroom facilities, but separated from other campers by a stand of lodgepole pines. James seemed pleased with the privacy, but I found myself wishing for neighbors, for the reassurance of human proximity in this vast wilderness. As we set up our tent and organized our supplies, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Each time I turned toward the tree line, I expected to see someone, or something, observing us. But there was only the wind moving through the pines, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on the imagination. The remainder of the afternoon passed uneventfully. We prepared a simple meal on our camp stove, listened to the ranger's evening talk at the amphitheater, notably focused on bear safety and the importance of staying on marked trails, and returned to our site as darkness fell. "Weather's turning," James observed, glancing at the sky. The clear blue of earlier had given way to heavy clouds that obscured the stars. "Might get some rain overnight." I nodded, helping him secure our rainfly and ensure our gear was protected. The dropping temperature prompted us to change into warmer clothes and crack open a couple of beers, a small luxury we'd allowed ourselves despite our tight budget. As we sat side by side in our folding chairs, I finally broached the subject I'd been avoiding. "About that building today?" "Let's not," James interrupted, taking a long swallow of his beer. "Not tonight. Let's just enjoy being here, okay? We can talk about all that later." Frustrated but unwilling to argue, I retreated into silence. The forest around us had grown quiet as well, the usual nocturnal sounds, insects, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, noticeably absent. Even the nearby creek seemed muted, its usual babble reduced to a whisper. We finished our beers and prepared for bed, brushing teeth at the bathroom facility and changing into sleep clothes. As we settled into our sleeping bags, lying side by side on the thin foam pads that did little to cushion the hard ground, I remembered the bag of pears I'd purchased at our last stop. "I'm feeling a bit hungry," I whispered to James, who was already drifting toward sleep. "Going to have a pear." He mumbled something incoherent, clearly more interested in rest than fruit. I reached for my backpack, retrieving the small paper bag containing 3 perfectly ripe pears. After eating one, I decided to keep the others close for a middle-of-the-night snack, tucking the bag under my pillow, despite having read all the warnings about not keeping food in tents. "I'm from Hawaii," I justified to myself. "We don't have bears there." This small act of rebellion against park rules felt inconsequential in the moment, a minor oversight born of island habits and exhaustion. I had no way of knowing it would become the focal point of the most terrifying night of my life. Sleep came quickly despite my unease, the fatigue of travel and emotional strain dragging me under. The dreams began almost immediately, vivid, disjointed scenes of running through endless forests, pursued by something I couldn't see but sensed was immense and relentless. In the dream logic way of nightmares, my legs felt increasingly heavy, my movements slowing while the unseen pursuer gained ground. I woke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior of the tent was pitch black, suggesting the middle of the night. James breathed steadily beside me, undisturbed by my sudden waking. As my racing heart began to slow, I became aware of something wrong. Terribly, inexplicably wrong. An immense weight pressed down on the right side of my body, from shoulder to hip. The pressure was so intense that breathing became difficult, each inhalation a deliberate fight against the crushing force. My first conscious thought formed with crystal clarity. Bear. There's a bear on top of me. Pure instinct kept me motionless and silent. Even as panic surged through me, some primitive part of my brain recognized that movement or sound might provoke an attack. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for the animal to move, to shift its weight, to sniff around for food, to make any sound that would confirm its nature. But nothing happened. The weight remained constant, unnaturally so. No living creature could maintain such perfect stillness. No breathing, no twitching, no subtle adjustments of position, just relentless, unwavering pressure. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My right arm began to tingle, then grow numb from restricted circulation. The discomfort blossomed into pain, but still I didn't move, paralyzed by terror and uncertainty. What kind of animal could remain so completely motionless for so long? And why wasn't it trying to get at the pears that surely it must smell? Another possibility crept into my mind. Perhaps this wasn't an animal at all. Perhaps someone, a person, had entered our tent and was now lying across me for some unfathomable reason. But this made even less sense. A human would breathe, would generate sounds, would eventually speak or act. The most disconcerting aspect was the temperature. Whatever pressed against me radiated heat, not the ambient warmth of a sleeping bag or the cool touch of an inanimate object, but a living heat that seemed to pulse and fluctuate slightly, as if generated by some internal furnace. Time lost all meaning. I tried counting seconds, then gave up. I tried praying, then abandoned that too when no words would form in my mind. I contemplated screaming to wake James, but fear of what might happen if I disturbed whatever was upon me kept me silent. At some point, it could have been 2 hours or 5, I had no way to know. My terror-exhausted brain simply shut down. Consciousness slipped away, not into normal sleep, but something deeper and more absolute, as if my mind had decided that reality was too unbearable to process any longer. When awareness returned, weak morning light filtered through the tent fabric. The weight was gone, leaving behind only a deep ache throughout my right side and a lingering sensation of pressure, like a phantom limb of fear. James was awake, sitting up in his sleeping bag and rummaging through his backpack. He looked over as I stirred, his expression brightening. "Morning, sleepyhead. Thought you might sleep all day." His tone was light, normal, as if nothing extraordinary had happened in the night. I struggled to sit up, my right side protesting with sharp pain. "James," I managed, my voice rough and unfamiliar to my own ears. "Something happened last night. Something was in the tent with us." His smile faded, replaced by concern. "What are you talking about?" Haltingly, I described the experience, the crushing weight, the unnatural stillness, the hours of terror. As I spoke, James's expression shifted from concern to skepticism to something approaching anger. "And you brought food into the tent?" he interrupted, focusing on this detail rather than the experience itself. "After all the warnings, all the signs?" "It was just pears," I defended weakly. "And whatever was on me never moved or tried to get them. It just stayed there." James sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, you probably had a nightmare, then woke up with your arm asleep from lying on it wrong. With everything we saw yesterday, it's no wonder your subconscious created something scary." "This wasn't a nightmare." My voice rose despite my effort to remain calm. "I was awake, fully awake, for hours. And look." I pushed up my sleeve to reveal angry red marks across my skin, already darkening into bruises that outlined something I couldn't identify. Not a handprint or paw mark, but a pattern of pressure points that followed no logical arrangement. James stared at the marks, his certainty visibly faltering. "That's weird, but it could be from thrashing around during a nightmare or—" "I need to check something," I interrupted, suddenly remembering the pears. I reached under my pillow, finding the paper bag exactly where I'd left it. But when I opened it, I froze. The 2 remaining pears were still there, but they were no longer recognizable as fruit. They had been compressed, crushed with such force that they were reduced to flat discs of pulp, their juices completely extracted and absorbed by something. Not a drop had spilled onto the sleeping bag or pillow. I wordlessly held out the bag for James to see. He took it, examining the destroyed fruit with growing unease. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "If an animal got in, it would have eaten them, not whatever this is." "And it would have woken us up," I added. "James, I think we should leave. Now. Today." He looked like he wanted to argue but couldn't find a rational counterpoint. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "All right, we'll pack up after breakfast and head somewhere else. Maybe Grand Teton. It's just south of here." I didn't respond, already beginning to gather my belongings, desperate to be away from this place before nightfall returned. As I moved around the tent, I noticed something that had escaped my attention earlier. Fine powder scattered across the floor of the tent, concentrated on the right side where I had slept. I pinched some between my fingers, examining it closely. Mineral dust, like pulverized stone, mixed with what appeared to be ash. Neither of us had brought anything like this into the tent. It hadn't been there when we went to sleep, and there was no logical explanation for how it could have appeared overnight. I showed it to James, who frowned deeply but offered no explanation. We packed in tense silence, both pretending not to notice the strange tracks in the soft earth around our tent. Wide depressions unlike any animal print I recognized, the same pattern I'd seen outside the building with the elk carcasses. Our plan to leave immediately hit an unexpected obstacle. When James turned the key in the ignition, the rental car produced a sickening grinding noise, then nothing. Several more attempts yielded the same result. The engine would turn over but wouldn't catch. "This can't be happening," James muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "The car was fine yesterday." I said nothing, watching the tree line beyond the parking area with growing unease. The morning was unusually quiet. No birdsong or rustling leaves despite the light breeze I could see moving the upper branches. The other few campers we'd noticed the previous evening seemed to have departed already, leaving the campground eerily deserted. "I'll check under the hood," James said, popping the release and stepping out. I followed, unwilling to remain in the car alone. Neither of us knew much about engines, but even to our untrained eyes, something was clearly wrong. Components that should have been connected were separated, and several hoses appeared to have been cut rather than broken naturally. Clean, precise cuts that couldn't have been the result of normal wear and tear. "Sabotage," James whispered, voicing what we both suspected. But who would do this, and why? Before I could respond, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught our attention. A Park Service truck pulled into the campground, moving slowly along the loop road. Relief washed over me at the sight of official help, but James tensed beside me. "Let me do the talking," he murmured. "Something's not right here." The truck stopped beside our disabled vehicle, and a ranger stepped out. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a neatly trimmed beard and eyes that didn't quite match his professional smile. His name badge identified him as Ranger Wilson. "Having car trouble?" he asked, approaching the open hood. James nodded. "Won't start. Looks like some of the engine components might have been damaged overnight. The ranger peered at the engine, his expression revealing nothing. That's unfortunate. We've had some issues with wildlife-damaging vehicles recently. Bears and elk can be surprisingly destructive when attracted by food smells. These are clean cuts, I pointed out before James could stop me. An animal couldn't do this. Ranger Wilson straightened, his smile tightening slightly. You'd be surprised what can happen in the park, ma'am. All sorts of unusual occurrences. Something in his tone sent a chill through me. He spoke like someone reciting lines they didn't believe, a performance rather than genuine communication. Is there a mechanic in the park? James asked. Or a tow service we could call? Cell service is spotty at best, the ranger replied. And our maintenance staff is stretched thin this time of year. I can radio for assistance, but it might be tomorrow before anyone can get out here. Tomorrow? I couldn't keep the dismay from my voice. The thought of spending another night in the park, especially after what had happened, filled me with dread. Afraid so. The ranger didn't sound particularly sorry. We're dealing with several incidents throughout the park right now. Resources are limited. James put a reassuring hand on my shoulder, though I could feel the tension in his touch. We understand. If you could call for that assistance, we'd appreciate it. We'll just have to make the best of another night here. The ranger nodded and returned to his truck, presumably to use the radio. While he was out of earshot, I turned to James. We can't stay here, I whispered urgently. Not after last night, not with our car deliberately damaged. I know, he replied, keeping his voice low. But we need to play along until we figure out an alternative. Something's wrong here. With this place, with that ranger. Did you notice he never actually looked at the engine damage? Just glanced at it and immediately suggested animals. I hadn't noticed, but now that James mentioned it, the ranger's behavior did seem odd. More concerning was his casual reference to incidents throughout the park, matching the radio reports we'd heard on our approach. Ranger Wilson returned, informing us that mechanical help would arrive the following morning. He suggested we remain at our current campsite, as it was one of the safer areas in the park, a comment that did nothing to ease my growing paranoia. After he departed, promising to check on us later, James and I retreated to our campsite to discuss options. We kept our voices hushed, both of us now suspicious that we might be monitored somehow. We need to get to a phone, James decided. The ranger station near the west entrance should have one we can use to call for outside help. That's got to be 5 or 6 miles from here, I protested. And what if the rangers are involved in whatever's happening? Not all of them could be, he reasoned. And we don't have to tell them why we're calling. We just need to reach someone outside the park. Your sister, maybe, or my brother. I nodded slowly, seeing the logic in his plan despite my reservations. When do we go? After lunch, we'll pack some essentials in day packs like we're just going hiking, but head for the station instead of the trails. If anyone questions us, we're just tourists exploring the area. The plan was simple, but offered our best chance at assistance. We spent the next few hours organizing our gear, selecting what to take and what to leave behind, all while maintaining the appearance of normal campers enjoying their stay. Around noon, we set off, following the main road toward the west entrance. We'd gone perhaps a mile when the sound of a vehicle approaching from behind prompted us to step onto the shoulder. The park service truck from earlier slowed beside us, Ranger Wilson at the wheel. Heading somewhere? He asked, his tone casual but his eyes watchful. Just exploring, James replied smoothly. Thought we'd check out some of the nearby thermal features while waiting for the car repair. The ranger studied us for a moment, his gaze lingering on our backpacks. Some dangerous areas in that direction. The boardwalks near certain hot springs are undergoing repairs. I'd recommend heading toward the lake instead. Safer terrain, better views. We'll keep that in mind, James assured him. Might change course if we run into any closures. Ranger Wilson nodded slowly. See that you do. We've had enough incidents, without adding tourists in restricted areas to our problems. He drove away, but I noticed he didn't go far. The truck pulled into a turnout about a quarter-mile ahead, where it remained stationary, positioned to observe the road in both directions. He's watching us, I whispered, fighting rising panic. Waiting to see which way we go. James frowned, considering our options. We'll have to cut through the forest, parallel to the road but out of sight. Once we're past him, we can return to the pavement. I glanced at the dense trees lining the roadside, remembering the strange tracks and disturbing discoveries of the past 2 days. Is that safe? Safer than whatever game the Rangers are playing, James replied grimly. Come on, before he decides to circle back. We slipped into the forest, moving quickly but quietly through the underbrush. The sensation of being watched intensified with each step away from the road, despite no visible observers. The forest itself seemed unnaturally quiet, lacking the small sounds of wildlife that should have been abundant. After 20 minutes of careful progress, we emerged from the trees at a point we estimated to be beyond the Rangers' position. The road stretched empty in both directions, no vehicles in sight. We returned to the pavement, increasing our pace now that we were on easier terrain. We had covered perhaps another mile when the first scream reached us, distant but distinct, a human cry of terror or pain that echoed briefly before being cut short with unnatural abruptness. We froze, staring at each other in horrified recognition. That came from ahead of us, James whispered, near where the station should be. Before I could respond, another sound reached us. The rumble of engines, multiple vehicles approaching rapidly from the direction we'd come. Instinctively, we retreated into the forest edge again, concealing ourselves behind thick trunks just as a convoy of Park Service trucks roared past, heading toward the source of the scream. One of the last vehicles slowed as it approached our position, and I pressed myself more tightly against the tree, hardly daring to breathe. Through gaps in the foliage, I could see Ranger Wilson scanning the roadside, his expression no longer maintaining even the pretense of professional courtesy. His face was taut with focus, almost predatory in its intensity. After what felt like an eternity, he accelerated again, rejoining the convoy as it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only when the sound of engines had faded completely did I allow myself to exhale. James, I whispered, my voice shaking. That scream. Someone's hurt, or worse. He nodded, his face pale beneath his tan. And the Rangers are heading straight for it, not to help, I think. What do we do now? We can't go to the station if that's where... I couldn't finish the thought. James was silent for a long moment, weighing our increasingly limited options. We need to find other campers or tourists, someone with a working vehicle who can get us out of here. The main visitor center near Old Faithful should have hundreds of people, even this late in the season. That's miles from here, I pointed out, in the opposite direction from our campsite. I know, but I don't think going back to our tent is safe anymore, not after Ranger Wilson has taken such an interest in our movements. The logic was sound, if terrifying. We had no way of knowing what awaited us at Old Faithful, but standing still or returning to our isolated campsite seemed even more dangerous. With reluctance born of necessity, we set off deeper into the park, staying within the tree line parallel to the road, moving as quickly and quietly as the terrain allowed. The weight of unknown danger pressed around us, as tangible and threatening as what had lain upon me during the night. The journey to Old Faithful proved more arduous than anticipated. What should have been a 4-hour walk stretched into 6 as we navigated rough terrain, avoiding the main roads where park vehicles periodically passed. By the time the visitor center came into view, afternoon was fading toward evening, the sky darkening with both approaching night and gathering storm clouds. From our vantage point at the forest edge, we could see the famous geyser area and surrounding facilities, and what we saw confirmed our worst fears. The vast parking lot, which should have held hundreds of vehicles at this hour, contained only a handful of cars clustered near the main building. The boardwalks and viewing areas around the geyser field stood empty, cordoned off with official-looking barriers and warning signs. "This isn't right," James murmured. "Even in the off-season, this place should be packed with tourists waiting for the eruption." I nodded, unease crawling up my spine. "And where are all the staff? There should be rangers, maintenance workers, gift shop employees." The visitor center itself showed signs of hasty abandonment. Doors propped open, trash cans overflowing, an information board with papers fluttering in the breeze. None of the few remaining vehicles had civilian license plates. All bore the distinctive government markings of Park Service or other federal agencies. "We need to get closer," James decided after a lengthy observation. "There might be a phone inside the visitor center we could use." "And if there are rangers inside?" the memory of Ranger Wilson's predatory expression remained vivid in my mind. "We'll be careful, stay low, move quickly, and check through windows before entering any building." With no better alternative, I followed James as he led the way across the open ground between forest and buildings, using the growing shadows for cover. We reached the rear of the visitor center without incident, pressing ourselves against the wall as voices drifted from an open window nearby. "Containment protocols are failing," a tense male voice was saying. "3 more breaches in the North Quadrant last night, and we lost 2 more staff at the west entrance today." "The fence line was supposed to be secure by now," a second voice responded, female and authoritative. "What happened?" "Engineers say the substrate is too unstable for proper anchoring, and the things are stronger than anticipated, much stronger. They're pushing through reinforced concrete like it's cardboard." A heavy sigh then. "The evacuation order should have come days ago. We've lost too many civilians already." Orders from above were clear. Maintain public access to non-restricted areas while containment proceeded. Minimize panic, preserve the tourist economy. And look where that's gotten us. Half the park compromised, 24 dead, and God knows how many of those things now roaming beyond the original site. James and I exchanged horrified glances. Whatever disaster was unfolding in Yellowstone, it was far worse than we had imagined. And the authorities had deliberately kept visitors in the dark, prioritizing damage control over safety. The conversation inside continued, providing fragmented but disturbing insights. References to an excavation site near the lake, specimens that had escaped containment, and unusual biological properties that defied scientific understanding. Most chilling was the casual discussion of casualties, both among park staff and visitors, described in the detached language of acceptable losses. When the voices moved away from the window, James signaled for us to continue around the building. We found a side entrance unlocked and slipped inside, finding ourselves in a deserted corridor lined with administrative offices. Most doors were closed, but one stood partially open, light spilling from within. Cautiously, we approached, peering through the gap. The office beyond was empty of people, but filled with evidence of the unfolding crisis. Maps of the park with large sections marked in red, incident reports scattered across a desk, and, most disturbing, photographs pinned to a corkboard. I pushed the door wider, drawn to these images despite my fear. They showed what appeared to be excavation work around one of the thermal features, a massive dig site with scientific equipment and personnel in protective gear. Later photos documented what had been uncovered. Structures that resembled neither natural formations nor human architecture, composed of a material that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. The final series of photographs turned my blood to ice. They showed damage to equipment and facilities, injuries to personnel, and glimpses of what had caused them. The images were blurry, taken during movement or poor lighting conditions, but they captured enough. Massive forms moving with impossible speed, appendages that seemed to shift and reconfigure, surfaces that appeared both solid and fluid simultaneously. "James," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "These aren't animals. They're not anything I've ever seen." He nodded slowly, his face ashen as he examined a topographical map with multiple red circles expanding outward from a central point near Yellowstone Lake. "I think they found something underground, something that was contained until they disturbed it. And now it's loose in the park." The realization hit me with physical force. The elk in that building, the hiker they said was killed by a bear, what happened in our tent last night. It's all connected. Before James could respond, voices in the corridor alerted us to approaching danger. We retreated behind the office door, holding our breath as 2 people walked past. A man in a ranger uniform and a woman in what appeared to be military fatigues, deep in conversation about perimeter security and extraction protocols. Once they had passed, we slipped out of the office and continued our search for a functioning telephone. In the main lobby area, now eerily deserted, we found what we were looking for, a courtesy phone for visitor use, mounted on the wall near the information desk. James lifted the receiver, his expression shifting from hope to despair. "Dead," he reported, replacing it. "They must have disconnected external lines." A noise from the entrance caused us both to duck behind the desk. Through the glass doors, we could see several park vehicles arriving, disgorging uniformed personnel who moved with the coordinated efficiency of military operations rather than park rangers. "We need to leave," James whispered urgently. Now, before they secure the building. We retreated the way we had come, slipping out the side entrance just as voices filled the lobby behind us. Rather than return to the forest immediately, James led us toward the parking area, moving from shadow to shadow between the few remaining vehicles. "What are you doing?" I hissed, anxiety making my voice sharp. "Looking for transportation," he replied grimly. "We're miles from any exit and whatever's happening is spreading. Our only chance is to drive out while we still can." Most of the vehicles were locked, but we eventually found an older model Park Service truck with keys left in the ignition, perhaps abandoned hastily during an emergency response. James helped me into the passenger seat before sliding behind the wheel, starting the engine as quietly as possible. "Keep your head down," he instructed as we pulled away from the visitor center, headlights off despite the gathering darkness. "I'll take the west exit road. It should be the fastest way out of the park." We had gone perhaps a mile when the radio mounted below the dashboard crackled to life, making us both jump. "All units be advised, multiple containment failures reported in sectors 3, 7, and 12. Unknown number of specimens now active outside established perimeters. All personnel are instructed to retreat to designated safe zones. Repeat, retreat to designated safe zones immediately." James switched off the radio, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "We need to get out of here. Fast." He accelerated, abandoning caution as the full urgency of our situation became clear. The truck's headlights cut through the deepening gloom, illuminating an empty road ahead, until it wasn't empty anymore. Something massive moved across the pavement perhaps 50 yards ahead, a shape that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, with proportions that shifted as it moved, defying visual comprehension. It paused in the center of the road, oriented toward our approaching vehicle with what might have been attention, though no recognizable sensory organs were visible. James slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. For an endless moment, we stared at the thing blocking our path, and it seemed to regard us in return. Then, with a movement too quick to follow, it was gone, vanishing into the forest beside the road. "What was that?" I whispered, though I knew James had no more answers than I did. He shook his head, visibly struggling to maintain composure. "I don't know. But I think it's what was in our tent last night. What crushed those pears? What's been killing people in the park?" With trembling hands, he put the truck back in gear and continued forward, more slowly now, alert for any further appearances of the entity. We drove in tense silence, jumping at every shadow and sound, the weight of unseen dangers pressing in from the darkness around us. The western exit road stretched before us, eerily deserted as we continued our flight from the horrors of Yellowstone. Rain had begun to fall, light at first but quickly intensifying into a downpour that reduced visibility and transformed the pavement into a treacherous, reflective surface. James drove with intense concentration, hands gripping the wheel at precisely 10 and 2, eyes constantly scanning the road and surrounding forest. I kept watch as well, dividing my attention between the side mirrors and the tree line, dreading another glimpse of the entity we'd encountered. The rational part of my mind struggled to process what we'd seen, attempting to categorize it within familiar parameters: animal, machine, optical illusion. But it had been none of these things. It had existed outside the taxonomy of known life, a violation of natural law made manifest. "We should be reaching the park boundary soon," James said, breaking the lengthy silence. His voice sounded strained, higher pitched than normal. "There's usually a checkpoint, but with everything that's happening..." He didn't finish the thought, but the implication was clear. The normal rules and structures might no longer apply. The authorities had lost control of whatever they'd unearthed, and the carefully maintained veneer of safety had collapsed. The rain intensified further, becoming a solid wall of water that the truck's wipers struggled against futilely. James slowed our pace, leaning forward as if those few additional inches might improve visibility. I was about to suggest pulling over to wait out the worst of the storm when the headlights illuminated something ahead. Not another entity, but a barricade across the road. Heavy concrete barriers arranged in a staggered pattern to prevent vehicles from passing. James braked carefully, bringing us to a stop about 20 yards from the obstruction. Beyond the barriers, I could make out the distinctive stone marker that signified the park boundary, so close, yet unreachable by this route. "They've sealed the exits," James stated flatly. unnecessary confirmation of what we could both see. There must be another way, I insisted, fighting rising panic. A service road or a hiking trail wide enough for the truck. James studied the map glove compartment, using the dome light despite the risk of being spotted. There's a fire road that branches off about a half-mile back. It eventually connects to the main highway outside the park, but it's probably not maintained and could be rough going in this weather. With no better options, we backtracked to find the turnoff, an unmarked dirt track that veered sharply into the forest, barely distinguishable from the surrounding terrain in the darkness and rain. The truck lurched as we left the pavement, its suspension groaning in protest as we navigated the uneven surface. Progress slowed to a crawl as the road deteriorated, mud and exposed roots creating obstacles that required careful maneuvering. The trees pressed close on either side, branches scraping against the windows and roof with unsettling persistence. Our headlights created a tunnel of visibility that extended perhaps 30 feet ahead. Everything beyond remained impenetrable darkness. After what felt like hours but was likely less than one, the road widened slightly, the terrain becoming more navigable. James increased our speed cautiously, hope returning as we detected signs of approaching civilization. Tire tracks other than our own, occasional reflective markers on trees, the distant glow of lights beyond the forest canopy. That hope was short-lived. As we rounded a bend, our headlights revealed another barricade ahead, this one manned by figures in what appeared to be hazmat suits rather than ranger uniforms. They stood beside large vehicles with government markings, and upon noticing our approach, several raised weapons in our direction. James reacted instantly, wrenching the steering wheel to the left and accelerating into the forest beside the road. Branches and underbrush scraped against the truck as we plunged deeper into the trees, pursuing a desperate gamble that there might be enough space between trunks to allow passage. Behind us, shouting voices and the beams of powerful flashlights indicated pursuit had begun. The truck bounced violently as we traversed the uneven forest floor, each impact threatening to throw us against the roof or dash. I clung to the door handle with one hand and the seat with the other, certain that at any moment we would hit an obstacle substantial enough to halt our flight. That moment came with stunning abruptness. The front wheels dropped suddenly into a concealed depression, the impact throwing us forward against our seatbelts with bruising force. The engine stalled, and James's repeated attempts to restart it produced only a grinding noise that confirmed serious damage. "We have to run," he decided, already unbuckling his seatbelt. "They're coming, and we can't stay with the truck." I nodded, fumbling with my own restraint as fear made my fingers clumsy. We exited into the pouring rain, the cold immediately penetrating our inadequate clothing. The voices and lights of our pursuers were closer now, perhaps 100 yards behind us and closing rapidly. James grabbed my hand, pulling me deeper into the forest, away from both the disabled truck and the approaching search party. We ran as best we could through the darkness, guided more by what we could feel than what we could see, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches whipping at our faces and bodies. The terrain began to slope downward, the ground becoming increasingly treacherous with mud and loose stones. Our pace slowed despite the urgency, self-preservation instincts warring with the need for speed. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter behind us, whether because we were outpacing them or because they had elected to remain with the truck. I couldn't tell. Just as I began to think we might have escaped, my foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling forward. James, still holding my hand, was pulled off balance as well. Together we tumbled down the increasingly steep slope, a chaotic descent of impacts and disorientation that ended only when we splashed into cold, shallow water at the bottom. I lay stunned for several moments, cataloging injuries. Scraped palms, bruised ribs, a sharp pain in my right ankle that suggested a sprain if not a fracture. Beside me, James groaned, pushing himself to a sitting position in what I now realized was a narrow stream bed. "Are you okay?" he whispered, hands moving carefully over my limbs, checking for serious damage. "I think so," I replied, though my body protested as I attempted to rise. "Nothing broken. You?" "I'll live." His voice was tight with pain, but he managed to stand, then helped me up. "We need to keep moving. Follow the stream. It has to lead somewhere, and it'll be easier than trying to navigate the forest in this weather." He was right on both counts. The stream bed provided a relatively clear path through the otherwise dense vegetation, and the flowing water would mask our tracks from pursuers. We moved downstream as quickly as my injured ankle would allow, using the steep banks on either side for occasional support. The rain continued unabated, soaking us to the skin and reducing visibility to mere feet. Under other circumstances, I might have worried about hypothermia or flash flooding. Now, these concerns seemed trivial compared to what lay behind us in the park. After an indeterminate period of sloshing through the shallow water, the stream widened and deepened, its banks gradually flattening out. Ahead, we could see lights, not the searching beams of our pursuers, but the steady illumination of buildings or streets. "I think we're approaching a town," James said, hope evident in his voice despite his exhaustion. "Somewhere outside the park boundary." The stream eventually passed beneath a small bridge, beyond which lay what appeared to be the outskirts of a modest settlement. We climbed out of the water onto a grassy bank, then made our way cautiously toward the nearest structures, a cluster of small houses set back from a two-lane road. "We need to find a phone," James decided. "Call for help." "Who would believe us?" I asked, the question that had been forming in my mind throughout our ordeal finally finding voice. "What we saw, what we learned, it sounds insane." "We don't have to tell them everything," he reasoned. "Just that we're stranded travelers who escaped a dangerous situation in the park. My brother can drive up from Salt Lake City. It would take him about 6 hours, but he'd come." The plan made sense, though I remained doubtful that escape would prove so simple. Whatever forces had contained the park's secret would likely not want witnesses wandering free, sharing their experiences. We approached the nearest house, a small rancher with lights visible in the windows despite the late hour. James knocked on the door, both of us trying to appear less desperate and disheveled than we actually were. After a long moment, the door opened a crack, revealing an elderly man peering out suspiciously. "What do you want?" he demanded, taking in our bedraggled appearance with evident distrust. "I'm sorry to bother you so late," James began, summoning a calm tone that belied our circumstances. "My fiancé and I had car trouble in the park and were stranded. Could we possibly use your phone to call for help?" The old man's expression shifted from suspicion to something more complex, a mixture of fear and recognition that made my skin crawl. "You came from the park? Tonight?" We nodded, and he glanced past us toward the distant forest before opening the door wider. "Get in, quickly," he ordered, ushering us into a small, cluttered living room that smelled of pipe tobacco and old books. As he secured multiple locks on the door behind us, I exchanged a worried glance with James. Had we escaped one danger only to walk into another? "Sit," the man instructed, gesturing toward a worn sofa. "You're not the first to come this way, not by a long shot." This statement, delivered matter-of-factly, stunned us both into silence. The old man disappeared briefly into another room, returning with towels that he tossed in our direction before settling into a recliner opposite the sofa. "My name's Howard," he introduced himself, studying us with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. "And you two have seen something you weren't supposed to see, haven't you?" Howard proved to be our unexpected salvation. Not only did he provide dry clothes, food, and shelter for the night, but he also possessed knowledge that helped contextualize our terrifying experiences. "They found something in the thermal areas about 2 years ago," he explained as we sat around his kitchen table, mugs of strong coffee warming our hands. "Some kind of structure or artifact buried deep. Government types swarmed in, not just park rangers, but military personnel, scientists with specialized equipment. Locals were told it was a research project studying the geothermal features, but they kept extending the restricted areas, adding more security." "Did anyone know what they found?" James asked. Howard shrugged. "Rumors mostly. Some said it was advanced technology, maybe Russian or Chinese. Others thought it might be evidence of ancient civilizations. The truth is stranger, from what I've gathered." "They uncovered something alive," I said quietly. "Something that escaped." The old man's gaze sharpened. "You saw them." It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "One of them, on the road. And I think one was in our tent the night before." Howard didn't dismiss my account or question my sanity. Instead, he nodded gravely. "They're drawn to certain things, heat, specific organic compounds, and they can flatten themselves almost two-dimensional when they want to, squeeze into spaces you wouldn't think possible." "How do you know all this?" James asked, suspicion evident in his tone. "My son-in-law worked security for the initial excavation. He disappeared 7 months ago, along with half his team. Official reports said it was a tragic accident involving toxic gas from the thermal features. Howard's weathered face hardened with barely contained grief and anger. But he'd been sending me notes, recordings. He knew something was wrong with what they found. Said it wasn't dead like they thought, just dormant. This confirmation of our worst fears should have terrified me further, but somehow it provided a strange relief. We weren't crazy. What we had experienced was real, however impossible it seemed. Howard continued. About 3 months ago, the containment measures started failing. They tried to keep it quiet, but people in the surrounding communities noticed. Visitors with strange injuries being airlifted out, bizarre animal deaths in expanding patterns from the park center. Local authorities were told it was a particularly aggressive bear population combined with unusual thermal activity. And the roadblocks? James asked. The evacuation? Started in stages about 2 weeks ago. They called it a controlled visitor reduction due to environmental concerns. Most tourists left voluntarily, the rest. He trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. I thought of the half-empty campgrounds, the closed areas, the rangers' casual reference to incidents throughout the park. How many people had encountered what we had, or worse, with no chance to escape? Howard provided the use of his phone, and James contacted his brother as planned. The explanation he gave was carefully edited: car trouble, park closures, and a need for immediate extraction. His brother agreed to drive up immediately, expected to arrive by mid-morning. While we waited, Howard showed us newspaper clippings he'd collected, seemingly unrelated incidents across the western states that, viewed together, suggested a pattern. Unusual animal deaths similar to the elk we'd discovered, missing hikers and campers in remote areas, unexplained property damage that authorities attributed to vandalism or weather. They're spreading, Howard stated grimly. Whatever containment protocols they had in place have failed completely, and they can't acknowledge it publicly without revealing what they found in the first place. Why not just tell people? I asked. Warn them about the danger? Howard gave a humorless laugh. Think about it. The government admits they uncovered some unknown life form that defies scientific understanding, accidentally released it, and now can't control it. The panic would be immediate and overwhelming. Easier to cover it up, contain the spread quietly if they can, and maintain the illusion of normalcy. That night, despite my exhaustion, sleep came fitfully. Each time I began to drift off, my body would jerk awake, the phantom sensation of weight on my right side returning with vivid intensity. James seemed similarly affected, tossing and turning on the fold-out couch we shared in Howard's spare room. In the gray light of early morning, I finally voiced the question that had been troubling me since our escape. What happens now? Do we just go back to our lives and pretend this never happened? James was silent for a long moment, staring at the ceiling. I don't think we can, he finally replied. Not completely. What we saw, what we experienced, it changes things. Changes us. He was right. The orderly world I had inhabited before Yellowstone, with its predictable patterns and comprehensible dangers, no longer existed for me. I had glimpsed something beyond conventional understanding, and that knowledge could never be unknown. Howard made a similar point over breakfast as we discussed our immediate plans. They'll be looking for you, he warned. Not actively at first. They have bigger problems right now. But eventually they'll track down everyone who might have seen something, who might talk. What should we do? I asked, the implications of his warning settling like a cold weight in my stomach. Be careful what you say and who you say it to, he advised. Consider relocating, somewhere far from here. And watch for signs. You've seen them once, you'll recognize the indicators if they appear in your area. James's brother arrived mid-morning as promised, concerned but mercifully unquestioning about the specifics of our situation. We thanked Howard for his help, exchanged contact information, and departed for Salt Lake City, leaving behind the visible boundaries of Yellowstone but carrying its invisible influence with us. In the months that followed, we did relocate, not back to Hawaii, which suddenly seemed too isolated if problems arose, but to the eastern seaboard, far from the expanding pattern of incidents that Howard continued to track and share with us through carefully coded communications. We never spoke publicly about what we had experienced. Who would believe us? Even if they did, what purpose would it serve beyond spreading fear? Instead, we watched and waited, alert for signs that what had escaped Yellowstone had spread further than expected. Our wedding remained postponed indefinitely. The future we had planned seemed distant and uncertain now, overshadowed by knowledge we hadn't sought but couldn't ignore. James focused on work with unusual intensity, while I found myself drawn to research, studying scientific journals and news reports for any mention of unexplained phenomena that might connect to what we had witnessed. Dreams of the entity persisted for both of us, not nightly, but recurring with enough frequency to ensure we never fully escaped its influence. In my dream state, I would feel that immense, unmoving weight again, pressing me into immobility, while something unfathomable studied me with senses I couldn't comprehend. Sometimes I wonder if we made the right choice in fleeing, in remaining silent about what we encountered. Perhaps our knowledge could have helped others, provided warning or insight that might save lives. But when I read between the lines of news reports, when I see familiar patterns emerging in seemingly unconnected incidents, I understand that the forces at work are beyond any individual's capacity to influence. The truth about what was discovered beneath Yellowstone remains officially hidden, classified and contained behind layers of government secrecy. But the consequences of that discovery continue to ripple outward, touching lives far beyond the park's boundaries, including ours. Last week, I felt it again. That distinctive pressure on my right side, present for just a moment before vanishing. Not in a tent in Wyoming, but in our secured apartment 1,500 miles away. James insists it was just a vivid memory, a physical manifestation of trauma resurfacing. I wish I could believe him, but I know what I felt. And I know with cold certainty that what began in Yellowstone has not ended. It is merely dispersed, spreading through the world's forgotten spaces, patient and persistent. Watching, waiting, learning. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of night, I wonder if what we encountered was truly alien at all, or if it represents something that has always been here, dormant beneath the surface of our reality, disturbed from ancient slumber by human curiosity and carelessness. Either possibility offers little comfort as I lie awake, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist, feeling for pressure that shouldn't be possible, and hoping that the weight of knowledge is the only burden I'll be forced to bear in the darkness. August 14th, 2019. I was spending the night at my cousin Charlie's farmhouse, along with 9 other cousins. I should clarify that we weren't biological relatives. Our parents had been friends since college, and we'd grown up together so closely that we considered ourselves family in every way that mattered. This summer reunion had become a tradition, one I looked forward to every year. The drive to Charlie's place was familiar, but always impressive. Their property stretched across 12 acres of rolling countryside in western Pennsylvania. The 2-story farmhouse stood proudly at the end of a long gravel driveway flanked by towering oak trees. Behind the house, there were several outbuildings, including a barn that had been converted into a workshop and a chicken coop that supplied fresh eggs each morning. As I pulled up to the house, I could see the younger kids already running around the yard, their excited voices carrying across the open space. Charlie was 16. Just a year younger than me, and we'd always been particularly close. She came bounding down the porch steps when she spotted my car. "You're finally here," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around me. "I thought you'd never make it." I laughed, returning her embrace. "Traffic was awful. I swear half the state was on the highway today." Charlie helped me grab my bags from the trunk. "Everyone else is already here. Mom made her famous lasagna for dinner, and there's apple pie for dessert." The smell of home-cooked food hit me as soon as we entered the house. Charlie's mother, Mrs. Walsh, was legendary for her cooking. The kitchen was buzzing with activity, adults chatting over glasses of wine while the younger kids darted between them, fueled by excitement and sugar. Mr. Walsh, Charlie's father, was a tall, broad-shouldered man with kind eyes and a booming laugh. He gave me a hearty pat on the back when he saw me. "There she is. We were wondering if you'd gotten lost." I settled into the comfortable chaos of the gathering, catching up with everyone. In total, there were 11 of us cousins, 6 boys and 5 girls. The age spread was significant, with the youngest being 7 and me being one of the oldest at 17. Despite the age differences, we all got along remarkably well, slipping easily into the familiar patterns of our friendship. As the evening progressed, We moved to the sprawling living room with its stone fireplace and worn, comfortable furniture. The adults reminisced about their college days while we kids planned our activities for the weekend. There would be swimming in the creek that ran through the property, games of capture the flag across the fields, and nights spent telling stories under the stars. What I didn't know then was that this particular visit would be nothing like the others. By the end of the weekend, none of us would see this place the same way again. After dinner, we discussed sleeping arrangements. As usual, the boys would take the sunroom near the front of the house, while us girls would occupy the toy room at the back. The boys got the sunroom because it was larger and they outnumbered us. I didn't mind. The toy room had its own charm, with bookshelves full of board games, a small television, and a door leading directly to the backyard. Charlie showed me to the toy room, where I'd be sleeping alongside her, Stacy, Jasmine, and Zoe. We set up our sleeping bags in a circle, claiming our territory for the night. "Remember last year when we stayed up until sunrise telling ghost stories?" Stacy asked, arranging her pillow. Jasmine groaned. "Please, no ghost stories this year. I couldn't sleep for days after that." "Don't worry," I assured her. "We'll stick to happier topics." The Walsh farmhouse had been in Charlie's family for 3 generations. It had the comfortable, lived-in feel of a place that had witnessed countless family gatherings, holiday celebrations, and quiet everyday moments. The floors creaked in certain spots, the doors sometimes stuck, and there were drafts that couldn't be explained. But these imperfections only added to its character. From the toy room window, I could see the expanse of the backyard. A well-maintained lawn that stretched about 300 meters before meeting a dense line of trees. Beyond that forest was another property, barely visible through the foliage. "Who lives over there?" I asked, pointing to a faint light visible through the trees. Charlie's expression darkened slightly. "Mr. Hadley. He moved in about 3 years ago." Something in her tone made me curious. "You don't like him?" She shrugged, but I could tell there was more to it. "He's just odd. Dad says he keeps to himself mostly, but sometimes he shows up at the edge of our property. He's probably just being neighborly, but there's something about him that doesn't sit right." I didn't think much of it at the time. Every neighborhood had its eccentric characters, and rural areas were no exception. Instead, I focused on helping set up the room for our stay, arranging the sleeping bags and pillows while the younger girls debated which movies to watch. Outside, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the yard. The swing set and trampoline stood silently, waiting for tomorrow's activities. I noticed a slight movement at the edge of the forest, probably just a deer or some other woodland creature, I thought. I didn't realize then that we were being watched. The next morning broke with clear skies and the promise of a perfect summer day. After a breakfast of pancakes and fresh berries, we all headed outside to enjoy the weather. The adults had gone into town for supplies, leaving us under the supervision of Charlie's older brother, who was home from college for the summer. He was supposedly in charge, but in reality, he was more interested in texting his girlfriend than keeping an eye on us. The backyard was a paradise for kids. There was a large wooden swing set that Mr. Walsh had built himself, a sandbox for the younger ones, and the prized possession, a 14-foot trampoline that could accommodate multiple jumpers at once. Beyond the manicured lawn, the woods beckoned with the promise of adventure. We spent the morning playing a massive game of tag that spanned the entire yard. By noon, we were hot and sweaty, sprawled across the grass, catching our breath. That's when Charlie suggested we explore the woods. "Not too deep," she cautioned. "Just along the edge. There's a cool, fallen tree that makes a perfect bridge over the creek." Gabes, Felix, and I followed her lead, with Stacy trailing behind somewhat reluctantly. The younger kids stayed behind, more interested in the trampoline than woodland exploration. The temperature dropped noticeably as we stepped under the canopy of trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that makes you speak in hushed tones without realizing it. We had been walking for maybe 10 minutes when Charlie suddenly froze, holding up her hand for us to stop. "What is it?" I whispered. She pointed ahead. Through the trees about 50 yards away, I could make out the figure of a man. He was standing perfectly still, facing in our direction. From that distance, I couldn't make out his features clearly, but I could tell he was middle-aged, wearing dark clothes despite the summer heat. "Is that Mr. Hadley?" I asked, keeping my voice low. Charlie nodded. "Let's go back." We turned and began walking quickly in the opposite direction. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. There was nothing inherently threatening about a man standing on his own property, yet something about the way he had been watching us, so still, so focused, had raised goosebumps on my arms. Back at the house, Charlie explained to me that Mr. Hadley had moved to the area 3 years ago. Nobody knew much about him, where he came from, what he did for work, or why he had chosen this remote location. He lived alone in a small house that was barely visible through the trees. "He never comes to community events," Charlie said. "Dad invited him to the annual summer barbecue when he first moved in, but he declined, said he preferred his privacy." "That's not so strange," I offered. "Some people just like to be alone." Charlie lowered her voice. "It's not just that. He's always watching us, especially when we're playing outside. Mom says he's harmless, but—" She trailed off. "But what?" "I've seen him standing at the edge of our property just staring at the house, sometimes for hours, and he's always there when we're using the trampoline or the swing set. It's like he's waiting for something." I thought about the still figure we'd seen in the woods. "Have you told your parents about this?" "Yeah. Dad went over to talk to him once, asked him to stop hanging around our property line. Mr. Hadley apologized, said he was just taking walks and didn't mean to make anyone uncomfortable, but he still does it." I wanted to dismiss Charlie's concerns as the product of an overactive imagination, but I couldn't ignore the disquiet I'd felt in the woods. There was something unsettling about being watched, especially by someone who seemed to have no reason to be there. That afternoon, we decided to take advantage of the summer heat by having a water balloon fight. Mr. Walsh had filled dozens of balloons for us, and we split into teams, boys versus girls. The yard became a battlefield of squealing children and bursting water balloons. I was crouched behind the swing set, a cache of balloons at my feet, when I spotted movement at the edge of the woods. I squinted against the sunlight, trying to make out the figure partially hidden by the trees. It was him again, Mr. Hadley. He was standing just inside the tree line, watching our game with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I nudged Charlie, who was hiding beside me. "Look," I whispered, gesturing subtly toward the woods. Her face paled. "He's back." We abandoned our water balloons, the game forgotten. Charlie called the others, and we all retreated to the porch, keeping our eyes on the figure in the woods. He remained motionless, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. "Should we tell your mom?" I asked. Charlie nodded. "Yeah, I think we should." Mrs. Walsh was in the kitchen preparing dinner when we told her about the man watching us from the woods. Her expression tightened, a mixture of concern and frustration crossing her face. "Stay inside for now," she said firmly. "I'll talk to your father when he gets back from town." We spent the next hour huddled in the sunroom, taking turns peeking through the curtains. Mr. Hadley had disappeared from his spot in the woods, but none of us felt brave enough to venture back outside. Mr. Walsh returned home around 5 p.m. After a hushed conversation with his wife, he grabbed his phone and walked out to the edge of the property. We watched from the window as he stood there, phone to his ear, occasionally gesturing toward the woods. When he returned, his face was grim. "I spoke with Mr. Hadley," he announced to the room. "Reminded him about our property boundaries and asked him to stay on his side of the woods. He apologized and said he was just taking a walk." "Did he say why he was watching us?" Charlie asked. Mr. Walsh hesitated. "He said he wasn't watching anyone, just enjoying the forest. But I've made it clear that if I see him near our property again, especially when you kids are outside, I'll have to take more serious measures." The tension in the room eased somewhat, but an undercurrent of unease remained. Dinner was a subdued affair, with the adults making forced conversation while we kids exchanged worried glances. After we finished eating, Mr. Walsh announced that we'd be having a bonfire that evening, a tradition during our summer gatherings. "But we'll keep it in the front yard," he added, "away from the woods." As darkness fell, we gathered around the fire pit in the circular driveway. The flames cast flickering shadows across our faces as we roasted marshmallows and told stories. Despite the warmth of the fire and the comfort of being surrounded by family, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the darkness beyond the circle of light. After the bonfire, we retired to our respective sleeping areas. The boys headed to the sunroom, while we girls made our way to the toy room. Despite the earlier tension, we were all in high spirits from the evening's activities. Stacy suggested we watch a movie, and after some debate, we settled on a romantic comedy. Not my first choice, but I was outvoted. As the others became engrossed in the film, I found myself drawn to the window. The backyard was bathed in moonlight, the swing set and trampoline casting long shadows across the grass. The edge of the forest was a dark line against the night sky, impenetrable and mysterious. I was about to turn away when I noticed a flash of light among the trees, brief but unmistakable. I blinked, wondering if I had imagined it. Then it came again, a pinprick of brightness that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. "Charlie," I whispered, not wanting to alarm the others. "Come look at this." She joined me at the window, her face pale in the moonlight. "What is it?" "I saw a light in the woods. There. Did you see it?" She nodded, her eyes wide. "Could be a flashlight. Maybe Dad is checking the property." But we both knew Mr. Walsh was inside. We could hear his distinctive laugh from the living room where the adults were playing cards. We watched for several more minutes, seeing occasional flashes of light moving through the trees. They seemed to be getting closer to the house, though it was hard to gauge distance in the darkness. "Should we tell someone?" I asked. Charlie bit her lip. "Let's watch a bit longer. It could be nothing." By the time the movie ended, the younger girls were asleep, curled up in their sleeping bags. Charlie and I remained by the window, speaking in hushed tones as we continued our vigil. The mysterious lights had stopped, but the unease remained. "Remember last summer," Charlie said suddenly, "when we heard those weird noises in the woods?" I nodded. We had been playing hide-and-seek at dusk when strange sounds had emanated from the forest. Not animal noises, but not quite human either. Mr. Walsh had dismissed it as coyotes, but none of us had been entirely convinced. "And the summer before that," Charlie continued, "when Gabe's found those weird markings on the trees along the property line." The markings had been a series of symbols carved into the bark of several trees. They didn't resemble any alphabet I recognized, and Mr. Walsh had attributed them to bored teenagers from town. But now, with the knowledge of Mr. Hadley's watchful presence, I wondered if there might be a connection. "How long has Mr. Hadley been watching your family?" I asked. Charlie shrugged. "It started subtly. At first, we'd just occasionally see him at the edge of the property. Then it became more frequent. Last summer, he started trying to talk to us, especially to the girls." "What would he say?" "Nothing threatening, exactly. He'd ask if our parents were home or invite us to come see his house. Said he had cookies or lemonade. Mom told us never to go near his property and to always come inside if we spotted him." I remembered the figure in the woods earlier that day, so still and focused. "Has he ever come onto your property?" Charlie nodded, her expression grim. "A few times. Once he approached Mom while she was hanging laundry. Dad came out and warned him to leave. Another time he was found near the trampoline early in the morning before anyone was up. Dad called the police that time, but they said they couldn't do much without proof he was trespassing with intent to harm." A chill ran down my back despite the warmth of the summer night. "Do you think he's dangerous?" "I don't know," Charlie admitted, "but something doesn't feel right about him." We fell silent, our eyes drawn back to the darkness beyond the window. The yard was still, the moonlight casting everything in silver and shadow. But somewhere out there, I knew, Mr. Hadley was watching. Waiting. For what, I couldn't say. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke with a start, disoriented and confused. The room was dark, the television silent. Charlie was asleep beside me, her breathing deep and regular. The others were scattered around the room in their sleeping bags, undisturbed. What had woken me? I lay still, listening intently. The house was quiet except for the usual nighttime sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of settling wood. Then I heard it. A faint rustling sound coming from outside. Moving carefully to avoid waking the others, I made my way to the window. The moon had moved across the sky, casting different shadows now. The backyard was silver blue in the moonlight, eerily beautiful and still. except for the trampoline. Something, or someone, was moving on the trampoline. The surface was depressing slightly, as if under the weight of a person, but I couldn't see anyone there. The rustling sound continued, rhythmic and persistent. My heart began to race. I watched, transfixed, as the trampoline's surface continued to move. Then, at the edge of the woods, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows, tall and lean, moving with deliberate stealth toward the house. I ducked down below the windowsill, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. After a moment, I gathered my courage and peered over the edge of the sill. The figure was closer now, moving across the yard with purposeful strides. As it passed through a patch of moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a face, gaunt, with deep-set eyes and a thin mouth set in a hard line. Mr. Hadley. He was carrying something in his hand, a long, thin object that glinted in the moonlight. With trembling fingers, I reached out and shook Charlie awake. "Charlie," I whispered urgently. "Wake up. He's here." She blinked groggily. "What? Who's here?" "Mr. Hadley. He's in your backyard, coming toward the house." She was instantly alert, scrambling to the window. We watched as Mr. Hadley approached the back door, the very door that led into our room. He paused there, his head tilted as if listening. Then, slowly, he reached out and tested the doorknob. Thank God it was locked. We ducked down again, pressing ourselves against the wall beneath the window. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it through the door. Beside me, Charlie was trembling, her face pale in the darkness. "What do we do?" I whispered. "Wake the others," she replied. "Quietly. We need to get to my parents' room." We moved silently through the room, gently shaking the other girls awake. They blinked in confusion, but quickly understood the urgency of the situation when we explained in hushed tones. Together, we crept toward the door that led to the hallway. Just as we reached it, we heard a scratching sound at the back door, the sound of metal against metal. He was trying to pick the lock. "Go," Charlie urged, pushing the younger girls ahead of her. "Get to my parents' room, now." We moved as quickly as we dared, trying to minimize the creaking of the floorboards. Behind us, the scratching continued, more insistent now. We had just reached the hallway when we heard a different sound, the sharp crack of breaking wood. He was forcing the door. "Dad!" Charlie screamed, abandoning all pretense of quiet. "Dad, help!" The house erupted into chaos. Lights flicked on, doors slammed open, and footsteps thundered down the hallway. Mr. Walsh appeared, his hair disheveled from sleep, his eyes wild with concern. "What's happening?" he demanded. "Mr. Hadley?" Charlie gasped. "He's breaking in through the back door." Mr. Walsh's face darkened with fury. "Get to our bedroom," he ordered. "All of you, now." He turned to his wife, who had appeared behind him. "Call 911. Tell them we have an intruder." We scrambled toward the master bedroom, the boys joining us in the hallway, awakened by the commotion. Mrs. Walsh herded us into the room, her hands shaking as she dialed the police. From the safety of the master bedroom, we heard Mr. Walsh's voice, deep and commanding. "Stop right there, Hadley. The police are on their way." There was silence, then the sound of breaking glass. Someone cried out. I couldn't tell if it was Mr. Walsh or Mr. Hadley. Mrs. Walsh pushed us toward the closet. "Inside," she instructed. "Lock the door and don't come out until I tell you it's safe." We crowded into the walk-in closet, pulling the door shut behind us. I found myself pressed against Charlie, our hands clasped tightly together. The younger children were crying, their sobs muffled by the clothing surrounding us. Through the door, we could hear the sounds of a struggle. Heavy footsteps, objects being knocked over, the occasional grunt of effort. Then, suddenly, a loud thud, followed by silence. We waited, our breath held, straining to hear any sound that might indicate what had happened. After what seemed like an eternity, we heard Mrs. Walsh's voice, trembling but clear. "The police are here. It's safe to come out now." We emerged from the closet to find the house swarming with police officers. Mr. Walsh was sitting on the edge of the bed, a paramedic attending to a cut on his forehead. Mrs. Walsh was speaking with a police officer, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "What happened?" Charlie asked, rushing to her father's side. "He broke through the back door," Mr. Walsh explained, wincing as the paramedic cleaned his wound. "I confronted him, but he had a knife. We struggled, and I managed to knock him down. The police arrived just in time." I looked around the room, suddenly realizing that Mr. Hadley was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" "They took him away," Mrs. Walsh said, her voice hollow. "He'll be charged with breaking and entering, assault, and attempted—" "Well, they found things in his pockets. Zip ties, duct tape, a sedative." A chill ran through me as I realized the implications of what she was saying. Mr. Hadley hadn't come just to frighten us or to steal. He had come with a plan that involved taking someone. The police asked us to remain in the living room while they processed the scene. They took our statements one by one, asking detailed questions about Mr. Hadley's behavior in the past and the events of that night. I described the lights I had seen in the woods, the figure on the trampoline, and the moment when I spotted him approaching the house. "You kids did exactly the right thing," the officer told us. "You stayed together, you alerted the adults, and you found a safe place to hide. Your quick thinking prevented what could have been a much worse situation." But his words, meant to comfort, only underscored the danger we had been in. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across the yard, I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if we hadn't woken up when we did. If we hadn't seen Mr. Hadley approaching the house. The police search of the woods between the properties revealed a makeshift camp, a place where Mr. Hadley had apparently spent many nights watching the house. They found binoculars, notebooks filled with observations about the family's routines, and photographs taken through windows when no one was looking. Most disturbing of all, they found a small collection of items that had gone missing from the Walsh home over the past year. A hairbrush, a sock, a hair tie, small things that no one had thought to report stolen. The rest of the weekend passed in a blur of police interviews, concerned phone calls from parents, and hushed conversations among the adults. Our carefree summer gathering had been irrevocably altered by the events of that night. Mr. Hadley was held without bail, charged with multiple felonies. The police investigation revealed a history of similar behavior in other communities, watching families, targeting young girls, though he had never before escalated to breaking and entering. There were whispers of worse crimes, of missing persons cases in areas where he had previously lived, but nothing could be proven. On Sunday evening, as we prepared to return to our respective homes, I found Charlie sitting alone on the front porch steps. Her usually vibrant face was subdued, her eyes distant. "Are you okay?" I asked, sitting beside her. She shrugged. "I will be, I guess. It's just... this was our safe place, you know? Now it feels different." I nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The Walsh farmhouse had always been a sanctuary, a place of joy and freedom. Now it was tainted by the memory of fear, of vulnerability. "Do you think you'll be able to sleep in the toy room again?" I asked. Charlie was quiet for a moment. "Dad's already talking about renovating it, turning it into something else. Maybe a study or a sewing room for Mom. I don't think any of us want to use it as a bedroom anymore." I put my arm around her shoulders. "It'll get better with time," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced. "The important thing is that everyone is safe." She nodded, but I could tell she was still troubled. "What if he gets out?" she asked quietly. "What if he comes back?" I had no answer for that. The justice system, for all its flaws, would likely keep Mr. Hadley imprisoned for a long time. But the fear he had instilled, the sense of violation, of innocence lost, would not so easily be locked away. As we sat there, watching the sun set behind the trees, I thought about the invisible boundaries we draw around ourselves, the illusions of safety we construct. Mr. Hadley had shattered those illusions, revealing the fragility of our sense of security. Mr. Walsh came out onto the porch, his face weary but determined. "Time to head home," he said gently. "Your parents are waiting." We stood, gathering our belongings. Before I left, I hugged Charlie tightly. "Call me if you need to talk," I whispered. "Any time, day or night." She nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I will. Thanks for being here." As I drove away from the Walsh farmhouse, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The house stood as it always had, solid and welcoming against the backdrop of the Pennsylvania countryside. But I knew that inside, things had changed. The carefree summers of our childhood had come to an abrupt end, replaced by a wariness that would never completely fade. Mr. Hadley was eventually sentenced to 15 years in prison for his crimes. The evidence found in his makeshift camp, combined with his prior record, was enough to convince the judge of the serious nature of his intentions. But even as the legal proceedings concluded, the psychological impact lingered. The mountains had always called to me. Even as a child growing up in the crowded streets of Phoenix, I would stare at the distant peaks and imagine disappearing into their embrace. Maybe that's why, when everything in my life came crashing down, I fled to them. My name is Kimi Nakai, 34 years old, recently divorced and facing a mountain of debt after my ex-husband's gambling addiction emptied our savings. The tech startup I'd poured 5 years into had just folded, leaving me unemployed and questioning every life choice I'd ever made. I needed space to breathe, to think. So I packed my old Subaru with camping gear that hadn't seen use in years and drove north into the Coconino National Forest, where the ponderosa pines stand like ancient sentinels. There was a cabin my great-uncle had left me years ago, a small, weathered structure tucked away on a parcel of land that somehow never got absorbed into the national forest. I hadn't visited in nearly a decade. The last time was with David before we were married, when things were still good between us. The drive took 6 hours, the last 2 on roads that deteriorated from asphalt to gravel to little more than rutted dirt paths. Cell service disappeared. The GPS stuttered and died. But I remembered the way, following the fading light as the sun dropped behind the mountains. The cabin emerged from the gathering darkness. Smaller than I remembered, its wooden sides silvered with age. The porch sagged slightly, and dead leaves had piled against the door. I parked, killing the engine, and listened to the deep silence broken only by the ticking of my cooling car and the whisper of wind through the trees. Home, for now. I unloaded essentials by flashlight, swept years of dust from the wooden floor, and collapsed onto the creaking bed, wrapped in my sleeping bag against the night's chill. Through the window, stars burned with an intensity I'd forgotten existed. The next morning dawned crisp and bright. The cabin looked better in daylight, rustic but solid. A main room with a wood stove, a tiny kitchen alcove, a separate bedroom, and a bathroom with a shower that relied on a propane water heater. Miraculous. The water still ran when I turned the taps, though it sputtered and ran rust-colored before clearing. I spent that first day cleaning, airing out musty blankets, and taking inventory of what remained. Canned goods with distant expiration dates, a kerosene lamp, tools, and a topographical map of the surrounding wilderness tacked to the wall, its edges curled with age. That night, sitting on the porch with a mug of instant coffee, I watched shadows lengthen across the small clearing. The forest pressed close, dense with secrets. For the first time in months, the knot of anxiety in my chest loosened slightly. I noticed something then, a stack of stones at the edge of the trees. 3 flat rocks balanced precariously, one atop the other. I frowned. I hadn't remembered them from earlier, and they seemed too deliberate to be natural. I was about to investigate when a sound froze me in place. A high, wavering cry that might have been a woman's scream or a mountain lion's call. It echoed across the valley, raising goosebumps along my arms. Just wildlife, I whispered to myself, but retreated inside anyway, locking the door behind me. That night, I dreamed of running through the forest, pursued by something I couldn't see. Its breathing rasped close behind me, smelling of wet earth and decay. I woke gasping, sheets twisted around my legs, the cabin dark except for moonlight slanting through the window. A sound drew me from bed, subtle, like nails dragging lightly across the cabin's exterior wall. I stood motionless, heart hammering. There it was again, moving around toward the front porch. I fumbled for my flashlight but stopped before switching it on. Something told me darkness was safer. Instead, I crept to the window and peered out. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, tall, unnaturally still, its proportions somehow wrong. For a moment, I thought it was just a twisted pine. But then it moved, tilting its head as if sensing my gaze. I dropped to the floor, breath caught in my throat, counting heartbeats until I found courage to look again. The clearing was empty, but the stack of stones had grown taller, 5 rocks now, balanced impossibly in the moonlight. Morning brought rationality with the sunlight. I convinced myself the figure had been a deer, my fear-addled brain transforming it into something sinister. The stone stack? Well, maybe I'd miscounted in the darkness. I spent the day exploring the immediate surroundings, rediscovering a small stream about a quarter-mile east of the cabin where I filled water bottles. The forest was beautiful, the air fragrant with pine and wild herbs. Red-tailed hawks circled overhead, and squirrels chattered indignantly as I passed beneath their trees. It was during this walk that I found the first petroglyph, ancient symbols carved into a flat rock face half hidden by brush. Spirals, stick figures, and one image that might have been a misshapen human or animal. I traced them with my fingers, wondering about the people who had lived here centuries before. My grandmother had been Hopi, though she rarely spoke of her heritage, a silence born from years in government boarding schools designed to erase her culture. I was making dinner, pasta boiled on the propane stove, when a knock at the door nearly made me drop the pot. My visitor was an elderly man with deeply tanned skin and white hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. He wore a flannel shirt, despite the day's warmth, and carried a walking stick polished by years of use. "Joseph Honani," he introduced himself. "I live about 3 miles west, saw your car tracks yesterday." I invited him in, grateful for human contact after days alone. We sat at the small wooden table, sharing coffee, as sunset painted the window orange. "Your great-uncle and I were friends," Joseph said. "Haven't seen anyone up here since he passed." It was a spontaneous decision, I admitted. Needed some time away from everything. He nodded, eyes crinkling at the corners. "This is good country for thinking, but not good for being unprepared." His gaze sharpened. "You planning to stay through the full moon?" The question seemed odd. I hadn't really set a departure date. Joseph's weathered fingers traced the grain of the wooden table. "There are old stories about these mountains, things the tourists and hikers don't know." He hesitated. "Have you noticed anything unusual? Stones stacked where they shouldn't be? Sounds at night?" My spine prickled with sudden cold. "There's a cairn at the edge of the clearing. I thought maybe hikers left it." He shook his head slowly. "No hikers come this deep. Too many better trails elsewhere." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch. "Keep this by your door, and if you're smart, you'll leave before the moon gets full." I accepted the pouch, feeling its weight. Something grainy inside, herbs perhaps, with a faint, pleasant scent. "What exactly am I supposed to be worried about?" I asked. "The Dine, the Navajo. They have a word for it. Ye Nald Lushi." His voice dropped. "The Skinwalker. A human who transformed through dark rituals, gaining the power to wear animal skins and take their shape, but never perfectly." He tapped his chest. "The eyes always show what's really inside." I might have laughed if not for the stone-cold seriousness in his expression and the memory of that strange figure in the moonlight. "These are just old stories," I said, not entirely believing my own words. "All stories come from somewhere, Kimmy." He stood, joints creaking. "Your grandmother would have understood. The Hopi know these truths too." I walked him to the door, confused. "How did you know my grandmother was Hopi?" Joseph smiled sadly. "Your uncle mentioned it years ago. Said you had the sight in your blood, even if you didn't know it." He gestured toward the forest. "That's why it might be drawn to you." After he left, I hung the leather pouch by the door, feeling foolish but unwilling to disregard his warning entirely. I checked the stone stack again, still 5 rocks, exactly as before. That night, I dreamed of my grandmother. She stood in a cornfield, speaking words I couldn't understand, pointing urgently toward the mountains. I woke to the sound of scratching at my window, just tree branches in the wind, I told myself, though no wind stirred the pines outside. The full moon was 3 nights away. I woke to find deer tracks circling the cabin, a perfect ring of hoof prints pressed into the soft earth. Inside this circle, not a single print marred the ground. Outside it, the forest floor showed its usual scatter of pine needles, disturbed dirt, and random animal trails. The precision was unnerving, as if someone had used a giant compass to trace the boundary. I walked the perimeter, counting 27 perfectly equidistant tracks. Not the random pattern of a deer, but something deliberate. The stone stack had changed again. Now 7 rocks balanced with impossible stability, the topmost a small red stone I hadn't seen before. I retreated inside, pulling out the topographical map from the wall. I needed concrete plans, not superstitious fears. There was a ranger station marked about 15 miles northeast. If I started early tomorrow, I could hike there in a day, maybe hitch a ride back to civilization. The thought of abandoning the cabin rankled, but Joseph's warnings had seeped into my mind. While plotting my route, I noticed markings I'd overlooked before. Faint pencil circles on certain peaks and valleys, with tiny notes in my great-uncle's cramped handwriting. Most were illegible with age, but one phrase stood out. Skin boundary, do not cross at night. A chill rippled through me. What had my reclusive uncle known about these woods? I spent the afternoon securing the cabin, checking locks, boarding a broken window pane in the bathroom, gathering anything that could serve as a weapon. I told myself it was just precaution against ordinary wilderness dangers. Bears, mountain lions, maybe the odd hiker with bad intentions. But ordinary dangers don't stack stones in the night or leave perfect circles of tracks. As dusk approached, I built a fire in the wood stove, its warmth a comfort against the growing darkness. Through the window, I watched the forest edge, jumping at every shadow that might not be a tree, every sound that might not be the wind. Something moved between distant trunks. A deer, I first thought, but it walked upright like a man. It disappeared too quickly for me to be certain. I doused the kerosene lamp, not wanting to silhouette myself against the windows. Hours passed in tense darkness. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath fogging in the cabin's chill. The fire had died to embers, but I feared adding more wood would make too much noise. A scratching came at the door, light at first, almost hesitant, then more insistent. Claws or fingernails dragging across wood. "Hello?" a voice called. A woman's voice, young and frightened. "Is anyone there? Please, I'm lost. My car broke down on the forest road." Every instinct screamed danger. No car had passed on the remote dirt track. No headlights had pierced the darkness. "Please," the voice cracked with tears. "I can see your chimney smoke. I know someone's in there." I pressed myself against the wall beside the window, heart hammering. Slowly, I angled myself to peer out. A figure stood on my porch, female in shape, wearing what looked like a hiker's jacket. But something was profoundly wrong with her proportions. Her arms hung too long, nearly to her knees. Her head sat awkwardly on a neck that seemed to bend at an impossible angle. "I can smell you," the voice changed, deepening, all pretense of human distress vanishing. "Your fear is sweet." I clapped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. The thing on my porch dropped to all fours with a sickening crack of realigning joints. It sniffed along the door's edge, making wet animal sounds. Then it spoke again, now in my grandmother's voice, speaking Hopi words I somehow understood despite never learning the language. "Little rabbit, let me in. The owl hunts tonight." My grandmother had called me Little Rabbit when I was small. How could this thing know that? It circled the cabin for hours, trying different voices. My ex-husband, my former boss, even my own voice calling out in pain. Each sound more convincing than the last, each a hook designed to make me open the door. Near dawn, it fell silent. When first light touched the trees, I peered outside. The porch was empty, but the circle of deer tracks had been obliterated, replaced by strange, elongated footprints that were neither human nor animal. The stone stack now contained 9 rocks, the topmost a piece of turquoise I recognized, identical to a necklace my grandmother had worn. Inside the circle of footprints lay a dead rabbit, its body intact but empty, turned inside out like a discarded glove, with not a drop of blood to be seen. The full moon was 2 nights away. I couldn't stay in the cabin another night. Whatever was stalking me was getting bolder, its manifestations more horrifying. I packed essentials into my backpack, water, food, first aid kit, flashlight, knife, and set out toward Joseph's home, following his directions from memory. 3 miles west, past the lightning-struck pine that resembled a giant's hand. The forest felt different in daylight, less threatening, but I still found myself jumping at rustling leaves and darting shadows. Twice I spotted stacked stones marking my path, confirming I was headed in the right direction, or being led into a trap. Joseph's home appeared suddenly around a bend, a small adobe structure nestled against a rocky hillside, smoke curling from a metal chimney. A neat vegetable garden spread before it, protected by a fence of branches woven with colored string and small mirrors that flashed in the sunlight. He opened the door before I knocked, his expression unsurprised. "I was expecting you sooner." Inside, his home was warm and smelled of sage and pine. Books lined rough wooden shelves, and dried herbs hung from ceiling beams. He gestured me to a chair at a sturdy table and placed a steaming mug of tea before me. "Tell me what you've seen," he said quietly. I described everything: the stacked stones, the deer tracks, the creature on my porch with its many voices. With each detail, Joseph's face grew more solemn. "It knows you now," he said when I finished. "It's tasted your fear. That makes you more appetizing." "What exactly is it?" I asked. "You called it a skinwalker, but that's the Navajo name. My people, the Hopi, have other words for such beings. The important thing is what it wants." He sipped his tea. "Your essence, your spirit, your humanity." "Why me? Because of my grandmother? Because I'm alone?" Joseph shrugged. "Both, perhaps, but also because of where you are. Your uncle's cabin sits at a crossroads of sorts, not of physical paths, but of other boundaries." He traced invisible lines on the table. "Energy flows through the earth like water. Some places it pools and concentrates. The ancient ones knew this. That's why they carved warnings into the rocks. The petroglyphs I found." He nodded. "Maps and warnings both. Your great-uncle understood some of it. That's why he placed protections around the cabin. Protections that have weakened with time and neglect." I remembered the faded marks on my uncle's map. He wrote something about a skin boundary. Joseph's eyes sharpened. He found one of the old sites, places where the barrier's thin, especially during certain lunar phases. He stood abruptly. "Show me on your map." We spread the topographical map on the table. Joseph studied my uncle's marks, nodding slowly. "Yes, here and here." His weathered finger traced connections between the circled locations. A pattern. The skinwalker moves between these points, growing stronger as the moon fills. "So what do I do? Leave? Call the rangers?" Even as I said it, I knew how it would sound to authorities. Just another city dweller spooked by wilderness shadows. Joseph shook his head. "It's marked you. Distance might help, but it can follow scent for miles. And tonight?" He glanced out the window at the lowering sun. "Tonight isn't safe for traveling. The full moon comes tomorrow, but its power grows already. So I stay here? For tonight. My home has stronger protections." He gestured to symbols carved into his doorframe, to bundles of herbs and feathers hanging at each window. "Tomorrow we'll prepare." As darkness fell, Joseph built up his fire and added strange-smelling herbs that made the flames burn blue-green. He shared stories of his youth, of encounters with the unexplainable, of his friendship with my reclusive great-uncle who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and found more than he bargained for. "Your uncle was a searcher," Joseph said. "He sensed the old energies, documented them, respected them." He stirred the fire. But respect wasn't always enough. "What happened to him?" I asked. The official report had been a heart attack, but something in Joseph's tone suggested more. "He died in winter. Heavy snow. Couldn't reach him for weeks." Joseph's eyes reflected firelight. "When they found him, the cabin was circled with stones, hundreds of them, all balanced one on another. And his body." He hesitated. "Let's just say something had been at his remains, something that didn't leave tracks in the snow." Sleep came fitfully that night on Joseph's spare cot. Outside, wind moaned through pine branches, sometimes rising to sounds that might have been howls or distant screams. Once I woke to a scratching at the window, but Joseph's hanging charms clattered against the glass, and the sound retreated. In my dreams, I saw my grandmother again. She stood in a field of corn under moonlight, singing softly. Around her, dark shapes prowled but couldn't approach. She pointed toward a mountain peak silhouetted against stars, then pressed her hand to her heart, to her eyes, to her mouth. A sequence repeated 3 times before she vanished into mist. Dawn broke with unnatural stillness. No birdsong, no rustling leaves. Joseph and I ate a silent breakfast of cornmeal mush and dried berries. "Tonight is the full moon," he said finally. "The skinwalker will be at its strongest." "What do we do?" I asked. "We go back to your cabin. It started there. It must end there." "That seems counterintuitive." Joseph's smile was grim. "These beings follow patterns, rules older than humanity. Your blood, your grandmother's blood, gives you power if you know how to use it." He reached for a wooden box on a high shelf. "I've been preparing for this possibility for many years, since your uncle first discovered the boundary markers." From the box, he withdrew a small leather bundle tied with sinew. "This contains what you'll need. But remember, the most important weapon is in your blood, your spirit. The skinwalker feeds on fear. Turn that against it, and you have a chance." As we prepared to leave, Joseph added one last warning. "Whatever you see tonight, whatever voice it uses, remember, it's not human. It never was. The full moon would rise in 10 hours. We reached my cabin by mid-afternoon. The clearing seemed unnaturally bright, sunlight harsh against the weathered wood. The stone stack had grown to 11 rocks now, topped with something that gleamed white. A human tooth. Joseph circled the cabin slowly, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. He stopped at each corner, placing small bundles of herbs bound with red thread. At the doorway, he made a mark with reddish clay, a spiral pattern with 5 lines radiating outward. "Protection," he explained. "Imperfect, but better than nothing." Inside, we pushed furniture against the walls, creating an open space in the center of the main room. Joseph unwrapped his leather bundle, revealing contents that seemed simultaneously mundane and mysterious. A small clay bowl, packets of dried herbs, a knife with a bone handle, and a piece of turquoise carved with symbols. "Your grandmother's stone," he said, handing me the turquoise. "Your uncle kept it after she passed, said you should have it someday." I accepted it, surprised by its weight and the warmth it seemed to radiate. "What do I do with it?" "Keep it close. It will help you see truly." He began arranging the other items in a specific pattern on the floor. The skinwalker deceives, shifts shapes, mimics voices, creates illusions. The stone helps pierce those lies. As Joseph worked, I felt a growing unease. "You're talking like I'm facing this thing alone." He looked up, expression grave. "I will begin the ritual, but only one with the right blood can complete it. Your grandmother's lineage connects you to this place, these energies." He touched the spiral mark he'd made earlier. "I will help as much as I can, but ultimately, this is your battle." Sunset came too quickly. Joseph lit a small fire in the wood stove and added his herbs, filling the cabin with sweet, bitter smoke. He showed me the ritual, specific words to speak, gestures to make, the proper way to hold the turquoise stone so its energy would focus rather than scatter. "When it comes," he said, "it will try everything to break your concentration. Every fear, every doubt, every loved one's voice. You must maintain the ritual regardless." Darkness fell completely. The cabin creaked and settled around us. Through the windows, the forest had become an impenetrable wall of blackness. We waited in tense silence, the only sounds our breathing and the occasional pop from the wood stove. The moon rose, huge and yellow-white, casting long shadows through the windows. Its light seemed to pool unnaturally on the cabin floor, forming patterns that shifted when I looked directly at them. The first sign came as a whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. Then louder, rustling around the cabin's perimeter, like something large circling, testing. The temperature plummeted suddenly. My breath clouded before me. Frost formed on the inside of the windows, crackling as it spread in feathery patterns. "It's here," Joseph said softly. He began a low, rhythmic chant, sprinkling something from his clay bowl into the wood stove. The fire flared blue-green. A heavy thud against the door made us both jump. Then another. Not knocking, something hurling its weight against the wood. The third impact splintered the frame, but the door held. Silence followed, stretching unbearably. Then came a sound that chilled my blood. My mother's voice, exactly as I remembered from childhood. "Kimmy, honey, let me in. I'm hurt." I started toward the door automatically before Joseph's sharp gesture stopped me. "It's not her," he whispered. "Remember?" The voice changed, becoming my ex-husband's. "Kimmy, please. I'm sorry for everything. I've changed. I need you." Then Joseph's voice, perfect in every inflection, called from outside. "Kimmy, run! It got me. Get out the back window." The real Joseph never paused in his chanting, but his eyes met mine, confirming what I already knew. The deception had reached new levels. Something scraped across the roof, heavy steps, deliberately slow. Dust and debris showered down as the ceiling creaked under significant weight. Then silence again. I clutched the turquoise stone, reciting the words Joseph had taught me. My voice shook initially, but steadied as I continued, drawing strength from some deep ancestral memory. The windows exploded inward simultaneously, showering glass across the room. Wind howled through the openings, extinguishing our lantern, but, strangely, not affecting the fire in the wood stove, which burned brighter, its flames now purple-blue. Through the broken windows came a stench of rotting meat and wet fur. Something massive blocked the moonlight momentarily, then was inside, moving so quickly I couldn't track it, a blur of shadow darker than the surrounding darkness. It solidified in the corner, a thing of nightmare. Taller than a man, its limbs elongated and jointed wrong. Its body seemed covered in patches of different animal hides crudely sewn together. Deer hide beside wolf fur beside what looked horribly like human skin. Its face was worst of all, a deer's skull, but with human teeth jutting from the muzzle, and eyes that burned red in the sockets. Joseph's chanting grew louder, more urgent. He flung the contents of his bowl toward the creature. Where the powder touched, the hides smoked and shriveled. The skinwalker screamed, a sound like metal tearing, and lunged toward Joseph, moving with impossible speed. Its arm elongated mid-strike, fingers extending into claws that raked across Joseph's chest, sending him crashing into the wall. "Finish it!" he gasped, blood seeping through his shirt. "The words, Kimmy! Don't stop!" I forced myself to continue the ritual, voice steadier than I felt. The turquoise stone grew hot in my palm, pulsing with each word I spoke. The skinwalker turned to me, head tilting at an impossible angle. When it spoke, it used my grandmother's voice, but distorted, as if heard underwater. "Little rabbit," it crooned. "Your grandmother failed too. Her blood was sweet." I faltered, but Joseph's pained voice urged me on. "Lies. All lies." The creature lunged toward me. I raised the stone instinctively. Where moonlight struck the turquoise, it blazed with blue-white fire. The skinwalker recoiled, its mismatched hide smoking. Suddenly, I understood. My grandmother's gestures in my dream, heart, eyes, mouth, 3 times. I pressed the stone to my heart, speaking the ritual words, then to my eyes, continuing the chant. The stone burned hotter, the blue light spreading up my arm like living flame, painless but intensely bright. The skinwalker howled, retreating toward the window. Its form wavered, patches of hide peeling away to reveal something underneath that my mind couldn't, or wouldn't, process. As I touched the stone to my lips, completing the sequence, knowledge flooded through me. Ancient words I'd never learned but somehow knew, passed through blood and bone and memory. The blue fire engulfed me completely, then shot outward in an expanding ring. Where it touched the skinwalker, the creature's stolen skins burned away, revealing its true form for a heartbeat. Something so alien, so wrong, that my consciousness recoiled from the sight. The creature screamed one final time, a sound that contained all the voices it had ever stolen, and then imploded, collapsing into itself like a torn paper being crumpled by invisible hands. A shockwave knocked me backward. The stone shattered in my hand, its fragments turning to dust that glowed briefly before fading. Silence fell. Outside, the wind died suddenly. The fire in the wood stove returned to normal orange flames. Joseph stirred against the wall, clutching his wounded chest, but alive. "You did it," he whispered. "Your grandmother would be proud." Through the broken window, I could see the moon riding high above the pines. The night was peaceful now, ordinary forest sounds returning, the hoot of an owl, the distant yip of coyotes. At the clearing's edge, the stack of stones had collapsed into a natural-looking pile. Something had changed within me. Some connection awakened that I hadn't known existed. In that moment, looking out at the moonlit forest, I understood why my uncle had stayed here, why these mountains had always called to me. Some boundaries, once crossed, transform you forever. Dawn found us exhausted, but alive. Joseph's wounds were painful, but not life-threatening. 4 parallel gashes across his chest that we cleaned and bandaged using the first aid kit. He refused my suggestion to drive him to a hospital. "Those doctors wouldn't understand," he said, wincing as I applied antiseptic. "These will heal in their own way, in their own time." We spent the morning securing the cabin, boarding broken windows, sweeping up glass, repairing the splintered doorframe as best we could. Neither of us mentioned the events of the night directly, as if putting them into words might somehow diminish their reality, or worse, invite their return. By unspoken agreement, we collected the fallen stones from the clearing's edge and arranged them into a proper cairn, not stacked vertically as before, but in the traditional cone shape of trail markers. Joseph placed the final stone, murmuring words I didn't try to understand. "A memorial?" I asked. "A boundary marker," he corrected. "And yes, a memorial too, for those it took before you stopped it. Will it come back?" The question had haunted me since the creature's disappearance. Joseph considered carefully before answering. "Not in this form, not in this generation. Such beings are patient. They exist partly in our world, partly in others. When defeated, they retreat beyond the boundaries for a time." He gestured toward the distant mountains. "But the thin places remain, the doorways. Someone must watch them." I understood then what he was suggesting. My uncle, that's what he was doing here. Joseph nodded. "He found purpose in it. Perhaps you will too, if you choose to stay." The idea wasn't as frightening as it should have been. Something had awakened in me during that confrontation, some dormant connection to this place, to my grandmother's heritage, to powers I'd never acknowledged. "I don't know anything about being a guardian," I said. "You know more than you realize." Joseph tapped his chest. "Blood remembers, and I'm not so far away." He smiled slightly. "Besides, there are worse places to rebuild a life than these mountains." He wasn't wrong. My apartment in Phoenix held nothing but memories of failure and loss. The tech industry had chewed me up and spit me out. Here, at least, I had purpose, solitude, a connection to something ancient and meaningful. "I'll need supplies," I said finally, "and to learn a lot more about everything." Joseph's smile widened. "I've been waiting for an apprentice for many years. Your uncle and I had hoped it might be you someday." As the day advanced, we walked the boundaries of the property together. Joseph showing me markers I'd overlooked before, petroglyphs half hidden by moss, arrangements of stones that seemed random but formed patterns when viewed from certain angles, trees scarred with symbols older than written language. "Your grandmother knew these things once," Joseph said as we rested beside the small stream. "Before the government schools tried to educate it out of her, it's why she never spoke of it. The pain was too great." She tried to tell me in other ways, I realized. The stories she'd tell, the songs. Seeds planted, waiting for the right season to grow. He skimmed a stone across the water's surface. "Last night was your season." That evening, as Joseph prepared to return to his own cabin, he left me with books. Handwritten journals from my uncle, texts on Hopi spirituality, maps marked with locations of power and danger. My education was beginning. "The full moon is past," he said, "but there are other cycles, other times when boundaries thin. I'll return in 7 days. Until then, learn what you can." He pressed something into my palm, a new piece of turquoise, smaller than the one that had shattered, but carved with the same symbols. "Keep this close." After he left, I sat on the porch as twilight deepened, listening to the forest sounds with new awareness. The mountain air was cool and clean, scented with pine and earth. In the distance, an owl called. Just an ordinary owl now, nothing more. I thought about the path that had led me here, the failures and losses that had seemed like endings, but were actually redirections. The universe has strange ways of guiding us to where we need to be. My phone had no service, my laptop no internet connection. The financial problems waiting in Phoenix still existed, but seemed less important now. I would deal with them eventually, but on my terms, with new perspective. That night, I dreamed of my grandmother again. We stood together in a field of ripening corn, the distant mountains purple against the sunset. She didn't speak, but smiled at me with pride, then pointed to the earth beneath our feet. I knelt and dug with my hands, unearthing a small clay pot. Inside was corn pollen, sacred to the Hopi, and beneath it seeds of many kinds. "For planting," she said, her only words before the dream faded. I woke with the first light, the dream still vivid. Outside, dew silvered the clearing. Birds called from the forest edge. I examined the cairn we'd built. Solid, nothing disturbed in the night. Something caught my eye. A small green shoot pushing up beside the stones. Impossible since the ground had been bare yesterday. I knelt to examine it. A corn sprout, vibrant with life. I laughed softly, looking up at the mountains that had called to me my entire life, finally understanding why. "I hear you, grandmother," I whispered. "I'm home." I went to sleep way later than I'd planned, close to midnight, and all I wanted was a few hours of decent rest. The place I call home isn't what you'd consider welcoming after dark. It's perched on a rugged incline, surrounded by these looming trees that block out most light once the sun goes down. Usually I find it peaceful, but that night something felt off. Around 3 in the morning, my eyes flew open. At first I couldn't pin down what had jolted me awake. No loud crash, no rattling window, just this sense that I wasn't alone. My throat felt dry, so I slipped out of bed, trying not to make a sound. The hallway was almost pitch black except for a thin shaft of moonlight slicing across the floor. I could have sworn the whole house was holding secrets I didn't want to uncover. By the time I made it to the kitchen, my nerves were jangling. The faucet squeaked, and the water I gulped down tasted stale, like it had been sitting in the pipes too long. Normally I'd check my phone or listen to some late-night show to calm down, but something told me to stay quiet and keep my senses sharp. When I got back to my room, I eased myself onto the edge of the bed and happened to glance out the window. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, but the moon was bright enough to show the outlines of branches stretching at my level, like a haunted walkway suspended in midair. At first, the trees looked empty, just swaying leaves in twisting shapes. But there was a darker form out there that I couldn't explain. It was perched on a thick branch, kind of hunched, yet still taking up a lot of space. That shape was wrong. Too tall, too angular, and definitely watching me. I caught a faint glimmer of red where its eyes should have been, a color that didn't belong in that landscape of silvery moonlight. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. Animal, human, something else entirely. It had this lanky outline, like its limbs stretched out more than they should, and it didn't look the least bit uncomfortable balancing in those branches. I swallowed the lump in my throat and leaned in, trying to convince myself this was just my imagination. But there was no trick of the light here. It was real enough to tighten every muscle in my body, and it was studying me, as though it was used to being the one hidden in the dark, rarely caught off guard. After an agonizing stretch of time that might have only been 10 or 15 seconds, the figure shifted, cocking its head in a way that screamed curiosity, or worse, recognition. I thought about reaching for my phone, calling someone, anyone, but I couldn't bring myself to move. A sick kind of fascination rooted me to the spot. Just as I started to regain some composure, the creature vanished from the branch with a sudden fluid motion. I leapt off the bed and rushed to the window, half expecting to see it sprawled out below. Instead, I glimpsed it weaving through the undergrowth at an unbelievable speed. The brush shook like something massive was forcing a path downhill, heading deeper into the forest's shadows. Even after it disappeared, I stayed frozen at the window, mentally replaying what I'd seen. I couldn't have made it up. It was too vivid, too unsettling. The rest of the night was just me sitting there, lights on, barely blinking. I knew sleep wasn't happening. My mind wouldn't stop racing through 1,000 questions. Was it coming back? Had it been lurking there before? Would it have just watched me if I hadn't noticed it first? When a faint hint of dawn finally crept over the treetops, I still felt pinned in place by that silent encounter. That moonlit glimpse of something beyond normal logic stuck with me. And the most unnerving part? It seemed to know I was there the whole time, as if this was its territory, and I'd stumbled into something I wasn't meant to see. I barely slept a wink after what happened, so I was awake before dawn even had a chance to stretch across the sky. The minute the sunlight finally crept in, I forced myself to peel away from the window. My eyes felt gritty, my head hurt, and my nerves were completely shot, but I needed some kind of proof that last night wasn't a hallucination. When I first looked out at the trees bathed in morning light, it almost felt like the forest itself was mocking me, flaunting its newfound serenity. Gone were the eerie moonlit shadows and that terrifying silhouette. Now everything looked ordinary, like any other stretch of woods on a clear day, but I knew better than to let daylight fool me. After gulping down a cup of coffee, I decided to walk around the perimeter of my property. Honestly, I could have used some extra caffeine or maybe something stronger, but I had to do this while my courage was still high. The sun was surprisingly bright, making me squint as I stepped outside. It's like the world was saying, "See? Nothing to be scared of." I wasn't buying it. My boots crunched over patchy grass as I made my way toward the tree line, scanning every inch of the ground. Part of me felt ridiculous, like I was on a scavenger hunt for footprints or claw marks, but I needed to see something that would confirm what I'd witnessed. I kept noticing snapped twigs, flattened areas in the brush, and places where the pine needles seemed disturbed. Could have been deer. Could have been anything, really. Yet each irregularity made my stomach clench, conjuring images of last night's creature trampling its way through. I ventured deeper into the woods, following what looked like a faint trail. The morning birds had fallen strangely quiet, and that silence heightened my awareness of every snap and rustle underfoot. About 50 yards in, I spotted something that made me stop dead in my tracks. 3 deep gouges carved into the bark of an old oak tree. They were too deliberate to be natural, running parallel to each other at about my eye level. Fresh, too, with sap still oozing from the cuts. My fingertips traced the marks, finding them deeper than I expected. Whatever made these had to be strong, with something sharp enough to slice through thick bark with precision. A hunter's knife? Some kind of tool? But why here? And why in that specific pattern? The marks reminded me of territorial signs, like animals make to warn others away. The thought made my mouth go dry. When I finally got back inside, I realized my hands were shaking. Not from the chill in the air, but from the memory of those glowing red eyes, and now these unexplained markings. I grabbed the nearest notebook and scrawled down every detail. How tall it seemed. That hunched posture. The incredible speed at which it bolted into the undergrowth. The strange claw marks on the tree. My writing was uneven, and ink bled in places where I pressed the pen too hard. Reliving the memory turned my nerves raw all over again. I spent the next hour or two crouched in front of my laptop, diving deep into the darkest corners of cryptid forums. I read about everything from wilderness stalkers to unclassified forest dwellers. None of these descriptions matched exactly what I'd seen, though. I clicked through post after post, scanning for any mention of elongated limbs and glowing eyes perched at tree level. My head started spinning with folklore I'd never heard of, each more bizarre than the last. There was so much nonsense out there, but also just enough plausible detail to keep my paranoia on a steady burn. By early afternoon, I was so anxious that every small noise made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator was suddenly too loud, the tick of the clock too sharp. I'd whip my head toward the window at the slightest hint of motion, half convinced I'd see that tall shape lurking in the high branches. But nothing was there, just swaying leaves and sunlight dancing through the gaps. It felt like the forest was waiting, watching for me to let my guard down. The worst part was this persistent thought worming its way through my brain. Did that thing really see me, or was I intruding on its domain? The question nagged at me so much that by late afternoon, I caught myself pacing the living room, trying to distract myself with half-hearted chores. No luck. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red eyes staring back. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping below the horizon. Night fell quickly in these woods, and as the daylight drained, my sense of safety went with it. The house felt less like home, and more like a flimsy shelter against something that should never have been this close in the first place. I left every light on, even the porch light, just to keep the darkness at bay. but 100 bright bulbs wouldn't have driven away that uneasy feeling. The house started groaning and creaking as it usually does at night, but now each little sound threatened to send my heart galloping. I settled in by the window with a flashlight in hand, watching the branches turn into spindly silhouettes under the moonlight. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, yet I didn't dare look away for more than a few seconds. Part of me wanted to spot it again, just to be absolutely sure I wasn't losing my mind. Another part of me dreaded the idea it might already be watching, hidden in the leaves, waiting for the right moment to show itself. The possibility of a repeat encounter had me on edge, and I knew a second sighting would confirm that last night was no weird fluke. The clock edged closer to midnight, and still no sign of anything. But the tension in my chest never let up. Deep down, I felt like I was teetering on the edge of an even darker secret, one that might be lurking just beyond my vision. I must have dozed off despite my best efforts because I jerked awake to complete darkness. The power had gone out. My flashlight lay dead on the floor where it had fallen from my grip. The digital clock on my nightstand was blank. Outside, the forest seemed to press closer to the house, no longer held at bay by the artificial light. I fumbled for my phone, fingers clumsy with dread. The screen illuminated, casting a weak blue glow across the room. 3:17 a.m., almost the exact same time as last night's encounter. My skin crawled with goosebumps as I directed the phone's light toward the window. The curtains were open just as I'd left them, but something was different. The glass was fogged in patches as if someone had been breathing on it from outside. I inched closer, heart hammering against my ribs. In the condensation, barely visible until my phone light hit it at the right angle, were finger marks. Long, slender streaks dragged downward through the moisture. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my phone. Someone, or something, had been at my window while I slept. I grabbed my baseball bat from under the bed and pressed my back against the far wall, scanning every corner of the room. The darkness felt suffocating, hiding potential threats in its depths. A faint scratching sound drew my attention back to the window. It was barely audible, like fingernails lightly dragging across the glass. My throat constricted with terror as I watched new fog appear on the window, spreading outward from a central point as if someone was exhaling against it from the other side. I raised the bat, prepared to swing at anything that might come through. The scratching continued, forming a pattern now. 3 distinct lines drawn vertically down the glass, just like the marks I'd found on the tree, territorial markings. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I've called the police." The scratching stopped abruptly. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, a shadow moved across the window. Tall, angular, and unmistakably the same silhouette I'd seen perched in the tree. But this time it was right outside my window, separated from me by nothing but a thin pane of glass. 2 red pinpricks appeared in the darkness. Those same eyes, reflecting what little light came from my phone. They were level with mine, meaning whatever stood out there was well over 6 feet tall. It couldn't be a bear or any other forest animal I knew of. I backed away further, gripping the bat so tightly my knuckles turned white. The shape remained perfectly still, watching me, studying me. Then, without warning, it vanished from view. Not gradually, but in an instant. There 1 second, gone the next. The porch light flickered back on moments later as the power returned. I rushed to every door and window in the house, checking locks, pulling curtains closed. By the time I'd finished securing the house, dawn was breaking again. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, I collapsed onto the couch, physically and mentally exhausted. By the time the chapter of night ended, I was left with one unshakable truth. I wasn't alone here. This place, the one I'd called home for so long, no longer felt like it belonged entirely to me. Something else was out there, and it seemed more aware of me than I ever wanted it to be. The third day began with a desperate need for answers. I couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows and losing sleep. After forcing down some toast and another cup of strong coffee, I gathered my supplies: a digital camera, my phone, a hunting knife, and a notebook. If this thing was real, I needed evidence. If it wasn't, I needed to prove that to myself before I completely unraveled. I approached the window first, examining it in daylight. The fog marks were gone, evaporated in the morning warmth. But when I looked closer, I noticed something else. Fine scratches in the glass, almost invisible unless the light hit them just right. 3 parallel lines, identical to what I'd seen on the tree. I took several photos, making sure to capture them from different angles. Outside, I found something even more disturbing. Beneath my window, the soil was disturbed. Not footprints exactly, but long, narrow depressions in the dirt, as if something heavy had been dragging itself forward. The pattern was unusual. Not the typical bipedal human gait, but something more deliberate. I photographed these too, placing my hand in the frame for scale. Following these markings led me deeper into the woods than I'd gone yesterday. About 100 yards from the house, I discovered what looked like a makeshift shelter. It wasn't much, just branches leaned against a fallen tree to create a low cave-like space. But it was definitely man-made. My stomach lurched at the realization that someone had been living in these woods, possibly watching my house for days or weeks before I noticed. Inside the crude shelter, I found scraps of food wrappers, a torn piece of what might have been a tarp, and something that made my hand freeze midair as I reached for it, a small electronic device with a red LED light. It looked like some kind of modified trail camera or surveillance equipment, the kind hunters use to track animals, but this one had been altered, its casing removed and wires exposed. I backed away from the shelter, suddenly feeling exposed. Whoever built this wasn't just passing through. They were monitoring something. Monitoring me. The pieces were starting to fit together in a horrifying way. The red eyes I'd seen weren't supernatural. They were the LEDs from surveillance equipment. The strange proportions could be explained by someone wearing dark clothing or a ghillie suit to blend with the trees. This wasn't a creature from the woods. This was a person. A stalker. Someone who had been watching my every move, perhaps for much longer than I realized. I hurried back toward the house, no longer concerned about making noise. With each step, the weight of the situation pressed down harder on my chest. I wasn't dealing with the unknown. I was dealing with something far more dangerous. Human malice. Back at the house, I locked every door and window, then called the local sheriff's office. The deputy who answered sounded skeptical when I explained what I'd found, but promised to send someone out later that afternoon. I didn't mention the figure in the trees or the scratches on my window, just the surveillance equipment and makeshift shelter. Even in my panicked state, I knew how crazy the full story would sound. While waiting for the police, I reviewed the photos I'd taken. In one of them, something caught my eye that I hadn't noticed before, a partial footprint near the edge of the frame. It was elongated and narrow, but definitely human. The tread pattern looked like some kind of specialized boot, maybe military or hunting gear. I tried to remember if I'd seen any unfamiliar vehicles parked along the forest road recently, or if any strangers had been asking about properties in the area. Nothing came to mind, but I'd been so wrapped up in my work for the past few months that I'd barely noticed the outside world. By late afternoon, a sheriff's deputy named Garland finally arrived. He was younger than I expected, probably in his early 30s, with a no-nonsense expression that suggested he'd already decided this was a waste of his time. "So, you found what you think is a homeless camp in the woods?" he asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "It's not a homeless camp," I insisted. "There's surveillance equipment. Someone's been watching my house." Deputy Garland sighed but followed me into the woods anyway. When we reached the spot where I'd found the shelter, my heart sank. It was gone. Not just the electronic device, but the entire structure. Branches had been scattered, food wrappers removed, and the ground swept clean of evidence. "There was a shelter right here," I said, my voice rising, "and a camera or something with red lights. It was right here." Garland looked around, clearly unconvinced. "Maybe an animal disturbed it. Bears are active this time of year." Bears don't clean up after themselves, I snapped. Someone came back and removed everything after I found it. The deputy made a show of walking around the area, but I could tell he thought I was either paranoid or making it all up. After a cursory examination, he suggested I might want to get some rest and said he'd keep an eye out during his patrols. As he walked back to his cruiser, I showed him the photos I'd taken, including the scratches on my window and the footprint. He glanced at them briefly, remarking that the scratches could be from tree branches in the wind and the footprint could be anyone's, maybe even my own. "Look, I'm not saying nothing's going on," he said as he got into his car. "But without more concrete evidence, there's not much I can do. Keep your doors locked and call us if you see anyone suspicious." After he left, the forest seemed to close in around me again. Whoever was out there knew I'd found their hideout. They knew I'd called the police. And now they knew the police weren't taking me seriously. I was completely alone. That night, I didn't even attempt to sleep. Instead, I set up my own surveillance system. I positioned my laptop's webcam facing the window and started a recording program. I placed my phone on the opposite side of the room, also recording. Then I settled into a chair in the corner, baseball bat across my lap, and waited. Hours passed with nothing but the gentle hum of electronics and the occasional creak of the house settling. My eyelids grew heavy despite the adrenaline and caffeine. I pinched myself, slapped my cheeks, anything to stay alert. But exhaustion was taking its toll after days with minimal sleep. At 2:43 a.m., the power went out again. Both my laptop and phone continued recording on battery power, but the sudden darkness jolted me back to full awareness. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone had cut the power deliberately. I gripped the bat tighter, straining to hear any sound above my own breathing. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, so faint I almost missed it, came a scraping noise from the roof. Footsteps moving slowly, deliberately, across the shingles above my head. I froze, eyes darting to the ceiling as I tracked the movement. The footsteps paused directly overhead, and then something much heavier dragged across the roof. A moment later, there was a thud against the side of the house, followed by scratching at my window, the same three-line pattern as before. My phone and laptop were still recording, capturing whatever was happening, but I couldn't see the window from my position without exposing myself. I had to decide, stay hidden or confront whatever was out there. The scratching continued, more insistent now. Then a new sound. Something metallic working against the window latch from the outside. They were trying to get in. I launched from my chair, bat raised high, and charged toward the window with a primal scream. In the dim glow from my devices, I caught a glimpse of a face pressed against the glass. Gaunt, with sunken features partially obscured by what looked like dark paint or mud. The eyes reflected red from my laptop screen, giving them that eerie glow I'd seen before. The face vanished the instant I moved, dropping away from the window with inhuman speed. I heard scrambling on the roof again, then silence. My heart pounded so hard I could barely hear anything else. I fumbled for my flashlight, hands shaking violently, and directed the beam outside. Nothing. Just the empty branches swaying in the night breeze. I checked both my recording devices immediately. The laptop had captured something. A dark shape at the window, the scratching sounds clearly audible. But the face was mostly in shadow, impossible to identify. My phone had a better angle, but the image was too grainy in the low light to make out details. Still, it was evidence. Proof I wasn't imagining things. I saved both recordings to multiple locations, including emailing them to myself. If anything happened to me, there would be a record. The power remained off until morning. I sat vigil by the window, bat in hand, until the first light of dawn painted the trees in shades of gold and orange. Only then did I allow myself to slump against the wall, physically and emotionally drained. With daylight came a new determination. I couldn't live like this, waiting for night after night of terror. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. Who was this person? What did they want from me? Why had they chosen my home to torment? I reviewed the recordings again, this time on my phone since the laptop battery had died. Adjusting the brightness and contrast, I noticed something I'd missed before. A reflection in the window glass showed a portion of what the intruder was wearing. It looked like some kind of specialized outfit with straps and pockets, almost like tactical gear. This wasn't random harassment. This was methodical, planned. The person knew exactly what they were doing and had the equipment to do it effectively. But why target me? I wasn't wealthy. I didn't have enemies. I lived a quiet, solitary life by choice, rarely interacting with others beyond necessary transactions. Unless, that was exactly why I'd been chosen. Isolated. Vulnerable. Unlikely to be believed if I reported strange occurrences. The perfect victim. The thought chilled me more deeply than any supernatural explanation could have. Human predators are infinitely more terrifying than forest monsters because they choose to inflict fear. They enjoy it. As morning progressed, I made two decisions. First, I wouldn't flee. That might be exactly what they wanted, to drive me from my home. Second, I would prepare for confrontation. If this person wanted to play psychological games, they'd picked the wrong target. I refused to be terrorized any longer. I spent the day securing the house, boarding windows, reinforcing door locks, and setting up makeshift alarms using string and cans at entry points. I charged my devices and positioned cameras at strategic locations. Then I loaded my grandfather's old hunting rifle, something I hadn't touched in years. By sunset, my home resembled a fortress. I was exhausted, but resolute. Let them come, I thought. I'm ready. Night fell with excruciating slowness, each tick of the clock bringing me closer to the inevitable confrontation. I positioned myself in the living room, rifle within reach but not in hand. I didn't want to accidentally shoot at shadows. My goal wasn't to harm, but to capture, to finally see the face of my tormentor and understand why this was happening. This time, I didn't turn on any lights. Let them think I was asleep or had fled. Let them grow confident enough to make a mistake. The hours crawled by. 11 p.m. Midnight. 1 a.m. Nothing. The forest remained eerily silent, as if holding its breath along with me. By 2 a.m., I began to wonder if they had somehow sensed my preparations and stayed away. At 2:38 a.m., one of my alarms triggered, cans clattering near the back door. I remained perfectly still, eyes fixed on the hallway leading to the kitchen. Another sound followed. The subtle creak of a floorboard that I knew was loose near the back entrance. They were inside my house. My mouth went dry and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool night air. I silently reached for the rifle, careful not to make any sudden movements. The footsteps were almost imperceptible, but I could track their progress through the kitchen, pausing occasionally as if listening for my location. I had positioned a small mirror on the coffee table that gave me a partial view of the hallway. In its reflection, I caught a glimpse of movement, a tall, slender figure sliding along the wall with practiced precision. They wore dark clothing with multiple pockets and something over their face. Not quite a mask, but some kind of camouflage paint that distorted their features. In one hand, they held what looked like a hunting knife. In the other, some kind of small device with a red indicator light, similar to what I'd found in the woods. They paused at the hallway entrance, scanning the living room. I remained frozen in place, barely breathing. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought they'd spotted me in the darkness, but then they turned toward the stairs, apparently planning to check the bedrooms first. This was my chance. As they placed a foot on the first stair, I flipped on the lights and raised the rifle. "Don't move," I commanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Put the knife down." The figure froze, then slowly turned to face me. Up close, they were even more disturbing than I'd imagined. Tall and gaunt, with dark camouflage paint applied in a pattern that broke up the human outline of their face. The eyes that had appeared red in the darkness were actually pale blue, almost colorless and utterly cold. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this?" For several seconds, they said nothing, just stared at me with those empty eyes. Then, slowly, a smile spread across their face. Not a normal expression of amusement, but something predatory and wrong. "You weren't supposed to see me," they said, voice raspy as if rarely used. "Not that first night. No one ever sees me. What do you want from me?" I kept the rifle steady, though my hands had started to shake. "Want?" They tilted their head, the same curious gesture I'd seen that first night in the tree. "I don't want anything from you. You're just interesting, living alone, always watching the forest but never seeing what's in it. Until you did." A chill ran through me as I realized the implications. This person had been observing me for much longer than just these few days. They'd been in my woods, watching my habits, my routines, perhaps for months. "How long?" I managed to ask. "Since winter," they replied, as casually as if discussing the weather. "You never lock your back door before 9. You sleep with the window open when it's above 60 degrees. You talk to yourself when you think no one's listening." My stomach lurched. The intimate knowledge of my life, revealed so matter-of-factly, was more violating than any physical threat. "You're sick," I said, anger replacing fear. "The police are on their way." It was a lie, but I needed to establish some control. They laughed, a dry, hollow sound. "No, they're not. You tried that yesterday. Deputy Garland, right? He didn't believe you." "I have recordings," I countered. "From last night. Your face at my window, the scratches, everything." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across their features. "Recordings?" "On multiple devices, already uploaded to the cloud. If anything happens to me, they'll know exactly who to look for." The intruder's eyes darted around the room, likely searching for the devices I'd mentioned. Their grip on the knife tightened. "You should have just pretended not to see," they said, voice hardening. "Everyone else does. They convince themselves it was a deer or a shadow. They lock their doors and tell themselves they're safe. But you kept looking, kept searching." "Because this is my home," I said firmly. "Not yours. You don't belong here." "I belong everywhere people don't look," they countered. "The spaces between attention, the blind spots. I've watched dozens of homes, dozens of lives. Most never even know." The confession sent ice through my veins. This wasn't just about me. This person was a serial stalker, possibly worse. How many others had they terrorized? How many had simply explained away the signs as I nearly had? "Put down the knife," I repeated. "This ends tonight." For a moment I thought they might comply. Their shoulders sagged slightly and the knife lowered an inch. Then with startling speed they flicked something from their pocket toward me. I flinched instinctively, and in that split second they lunged, not at me, but toward the front door. I fired the rifle, aiming high to avoid hitting them directly. The shot splintered the doorframe, stopping them in their tracks. They whirled back toward me, eyes wide with something like respect. "You actually fired," they said, sounding almost impressed. "Most people can't." "Next one won't miss," I warned, though the thought of actually shooting another human being made me nauseated. We stood in stalemate, eyes locked, neither willing to make the next move. Outside, an owl hooted, breaking the silence. The intruder's gaze flicked to the window, then back to me. "They'll come looking when they hear the shot," I said. "Neighbors, police, you can't disappear this time." A strange expression crossed their face. Not fear exactly, but something close to disappointment. "I chose wrong with you," they said softly. "Too observant. Too stubborn. Why me?" I had to know. Out of everyone, why pick my house? They shrugged, a disconcertingly normal gesture from such an abnormal presence. "You were always watching the forest. I wanted to see what would happen if the forest watched back." The answer was so simple, so devoid of complex motive, that it terrified me more than any elaborate scheme would have. I'd been tormented not out of revenge or desire, but mere curiosity, the casual cruelty of someone who viewed other lives as entertainment. Distant sirens began to wail, growing louder by the second. Someone had indeed heard the gunshot and called it in. The intruder's posture changed immediately, tension replacing the eerie calm. Without warning, they flung the knife at the ceiling light, plunging the room into darkness. I fired again reflexively, but hit nothing. By the time my eyes adjusted, the front door was open, and they were gone. I rushed to the doorway, rifle at the ready, but saw only empty darkness. The sirens were close now, less than a minute away. Red and blue lights began to flash among the trees as patrol cars approached. As officers swarmed my property minutes later, I stood in the doorway, physically present but mentally still locked in that moment of confrontation. I'd seen the face of what had been haunting me. Not a creature, not a monster, but something far more disturbing. A human who had chosen to become a predator, hunting not for food or survival, but for the pleasure of causing fear. The next few days passed in a blur of police statements, evidence collection, and sleepless nights. This time, with physical evidence, the knife left behind, damage from the gunshot, and most importantly, my recordings. The authorities took me seriously. Deputy Garland had been replaced by a detective named Holloway, a stern-faced woman who specialized in stalking cases. Based on what you've described and the evidence we've collected, we believe your intruder fits the profile of what we call a watcher, she explained, as we sat at my kitchen table the morning after the confrontation. They're a rare but documented type of stalker who derive satisfaction primarily from observation rather than direct contact. So this person watches people? That's it? I asked, struggling to comprehend the motive. Not exactly, Holloway replied, her expression grim. Watchers typically progress through stages. First observation from a distance, then closer surveillance, then testing boundaries, like the scratches on your window and the power outages. When their victims notice them, they usually move on to a new target. You forced an escalation by actively seeking them out and confronting them. So this is my fault? I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. Absolutely not, she said firmly. What you did was brave, and it's given us our first solid lead on someone who may be responsible for dozens of similar cases across 3 counties. She showed me a map marked with red pins, locations where people had reported strange sightings, unexplained surveillance, and home invasions that matched the pattern of my experience. Most had been dismissed as paranoia or wildlife encounters, just as mine nearly was. We found prints on the knife, Holloway continued. No match in our system yet, but we're expanding the search. The boot prints outside match a specialized type used by wildlife photographers and hunters, designed to leave minimal impact on terrain. I nodded, remembering the strange gait and the equipment I'd seen. They said they'd been watching people for a long time, that most never noticed. That tracks with what we know about this type of predator, she confirmed. They're patient, methodical. They consider themselves invisible, and when someone sees them, it challenges their self-image. That's what makes them dangerous. Do you think they'll come back? The question had been haunting me since that night. Holloway didn't sugarcoat her answer. It's possible. Their pattern has been disrupted. Some move on when that happens, but others become fixated on the person who saw them. We're keeping officers in the area, and I'd strongly recommend you stay with friends or family for a while. The thought of abandoning my home felt like surrender, but practicality won out. I arranged to stay with my cousin in the city, 40 miles away. Before leaving, I installed proper security cameras, motion sensor lights, and a monitored alarm system. The woods that had once seemed peaceful now felt like they harbored secrets I could never unsee. As I packed a suitcase, Detective Holloway helped me secure the house. She paused by the window where I'd first seen the figure in the tree. You know, most people in your situation would have convinced themselves they imagined it all, she said. That's what these predators count on. Our ability to rationalize away the inexplicable. I almost did, I admitted. If I hadn't seen those marks on the tree the next day, But you didn't stop looking, she pointed out. That's what saved you, and potentially others. Her words offered little comfort as I took one last look at my home before leaving. The trees stood silent and watching, just as they always had. But now I knew that sometimes the forest really does watch back. 6 months have passed since my encounter in the woods. I've returned to my house, though not without changes. The security system remains, upgraded and expanded. I've cleared the trees nearest to the house, eliminating any branches that could provide access to my windows. Motion sensor lights illuminate the property at the slightest disturbance. Detective Holloway calls me every few weeks with updates. The fingerprints eventually matched those found at 3 other scenes across the state. All homes isolated near forests, all belonging to people who lived alone. They've compiled a profile of the suspect, likely male, 30-45 years old, with extensive outdoor and surveillance experience, possibly with military or law enforcement background, still at large. Sometimes on quiet nights when the wind moves through the remaining trees, I find myself standing at that same window, peering into the darkness. Not out of fear, but vigilance. The experience has changed me in ways I'm still understanding. I notice things now. Subtle patterns, disturbances. The feeling of being observed. Awareness has become both my burden and my shield. I've connected with the other victims through a support group Holloway recommended. We share a unique trauma, the violation not just of our homes, but of our perception of safety. Most had dismissed their experiences as imagination or paranoia until I came forward with evidence. Now they too are reclaiming their stories, their spaces, their right to be believed. Last week, while hiking a trail near my property, something I've only recently found the courage to do again, I noticed 3 fresh scratches on a tree just off the path. The same pattern I'd seen before. My heart raced, but I didn't run. Instead, I photographed the marks and sent them to Holloway. Then I continued my hike, eyes alert, senses heightened. The forest doesn't frighten me the way it once did. I understand now that the true horror wasn't in what I saw in those trees that night. It was in the years I spent not seeing, not noticing the predator who had made my woods their hunting ground. The blindness we cultivate to maintain our comfort is perhaps our greatest vulnerability. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of movement among distant trees, a tall figure sliding between trunks, watching from the shadows. It could be imagination, memory playing tricks, or it could be real. Either way, I no longer look away. I stare directly back, because I know the truth now. The watcher in the trees never truly leaves. They merely retreat, regroup, find new vantage points, new victims. The game continues, but the rules have changed. They are no longer the only ones watching. I've installed cameras facing the forest, not just for security, but documentation. If they return, when they return, there will be no question of evidence this time. No dismissal as paranoia or wildlife. The predator who thought themselves invisible will discover what it means to be truly seen. In my darkest moments, I wonder if I've become something of a watcher myself. Hyper-vigilant, always scanning the tree line, recording, documenting. The line between hunter and hunted sometimes blurs in my mind. But there's a crucial difference. I watch to protect, not to terrorize. The most unsettling revelation wasn't the existence of such predators among us. It was how effectively they operate within the spaces we choose not to see. Our blind spots, our comfortable denials, the gaps in attention where we tell ourselves that odd sound was just the house settling, that movement just a trick of light. God help me. But sometimes in my dreams, I see those cold, pale eyes staring at me through my window, and I feel an unsettling kinship. Not with the cruelty or the violation, but with the patience, the attention to detail, the understanding that most people miss what's right in front of them. I keep these thoughts to myself during therapy sessions. Some transformations are too complex to articulate, too unnerving to share. Instead, I focus on recovery, on rebuilding, on the practical steps towards safety and normalcy. But I know, and perhaps they know, that normalcy is a fiction we maintain. The comfortable blindness is gone forever. I will never again dismiss that crawling sensation of being watched as mere imagination. Never rationalize away evidence that something is wrong. Never choose comfortable denial over uncomfortable vigilance. The trees outside my window still stand, swaying in the night breeze just as they always have. Beautiful in daylight, ominous after dark. But now I understand what they've been trying to tell me all along. There are spaces between what we choose to see and what exists. Shadows that move when we look away. Watchers who count on our willingness to explain away the inexplicable. I leave my curtains open now. Let them see that I am not afraid, that I remain alert, that this territory is no longer unguarded. The watcher chose me because I was already watching the forest. They wanted to see what would happen if the forest watched back. Now they know. The decision to escape into wilderness rarely comes from contentment. It was October 2017 when the concrete and chaos of Seattle finally broke something in me. After 12 years at Hartwick Publishing, I'd been restructured out of my senior editor position. My marriage had dissolved 2 years prior, and the apartment walls seemed to close in a little more each day. So when I found myself browsing used RVs online at 3 a.m., it felt less like impulse and more like survival. 3 weeks later, I was behind the wheel of a 2005 Winnebago Mini, headed northeast toward Glacier National Park in Montana. The vehicle, which I'd named Ernest after Hemingway's Pursuit of Solitude, had seen better days, but it ran well enough. The previous owner, a retired park ranger with arthritic hands and honest eyes, had maintained it meticulously. Glacier in autumn, he'd said while signing over the title. Smart man. Tourists gone, bears getting sluggish before hibernation. Just watch the weather. Mountains don't forgive poor planning. I had nodded sagely, as though I weren't a 42-year-old publishing professional whose outdoor experience consisted mainly of reading Jack London in comfortable chairs. The truth was, I'd chosen Glacier because a travel magazine in our waiting room had featured it. The photographs of pristine lakes and towering pines promising the kind of isolation that might let me hear myself think again. The drive took 3 days, with stops at roadside motels where I practiced using Ernest's facilities without the embarrassment of an audience. By the time I reached the western entrance of the park, something in my chest had already loosened. The October air had teeth, but the kind that woke you rather than wounded. "Just you?" asked the ranger at the entrance station, a woman with silver-threaded hair and sun-weathered skin. "Just me," I confirmed, handing over my credit card for the entrance fee. She studied me for a moment. "Most of the campgrounds are closed for the season. Apgar's open, but it'll be pretty empty. You looking for solitude or safety?" "Both, if possible." She smiled then, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Stay on marked trails, carry bear spray, and check in with rangers when you can. Some areas up north have had issues recently." "Issues?" "Probably nothing. Some vandalism, a few hikers reporting equipment missing." She handed back my card. "Just keep your wits about you. Cell service is spotty at best." I thanked her and drove into the park, Ernest's engine straining slightly on the inclines. The asphalt road curved around mountains and valleys that seemed to exist in defiance of human intrusion. Lake McDonald appeared around a bend, its surface mirroring the surrounding pines with such perfection it was difficult to see where reality ended and reflection began. I bypassed the nearly empty Apgar campground, remembering a spot the previous Winnebago owner had marked on my map, a dispersed camping area near the northern edge of Lake McDonald. "Legal but overlooked," he'd said. "Most folks don't know about it." The service road leading there was rutted and narrow, making Ernest creak in protest as we bounced along. When the trees finally opened to reveal a small clearing about 50 yards from the lakeshore, I felt a surge of triumph. The spot was perfect, a flat area large enough for the RV with a crude fire pit ringed by stones, and a view of the lake through a natural frame of pines. I spent the afternoon setting up camp, arranging my portable chair to face the water and gathering deadfall for a fire. The silence was so complete I could hear the lap of water against the distant shore. No car horns, no neighbors arguing through thin walls, no phones ringing with bad news from HR. Just the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles and the startled cry of a bird. As the sun began to set, casting the mountains in shades of amber and rose, I lit the fire and poured myself 2 fingers of bourbon. For the first time in months, my shoulders relaxed away from my ears. The piece lasted exactly 18 minutes. The growl of an engine shattered the silence, growing louder until a battered Ford pickup emerged from the service road. It slowed as it approached my campsite, its tires crunching on pine needles and gravel. The driver, visible through a windshield smudged with dust and insect remains, was a man with a beard so wild and unkempt it seemed to be consuming his face. Beneath a filthy trucker cap, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that locked my limbs in place. The truck stopped. For what felt like minutes but was likely seconds, we stared at each other across 30 feet of forest floor. I raised my hand in what I hoped was a friendly but not overly familiar wave. The gesture seemed to trigger something in him. He leaned his head out the window, spat a stream of brown liquid onto the ground, and then fixed me with a look so nakedly hostile that I felt it like a physical blow. "You're on private property," he called, his voice a gravel-filled rasp. I stood, trying to project confidence. "Actually, I checked with the Park Service. This is a dispersed camping area, part of Glacier National Park." Something dark shifted across his features. "Map's wrong. Always been wrong." His eyes flicked to Ernest, then to my camp chair, the fire, and the bourbon. This land was never theirs to give. Before I could respond, he put the truck in gear and continued down the service road, his taillights vanishing around a bend. I sat back down, my hands trembling slightly as I raised the bourbon to my lips. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had punched a hole in my carefully constructed bubble of solitude. I considered packing up and moving to the official campground, but something stubborn in me resisted. This was public land. I had as much right to be here as anyone. As darkness settled fully over the lake, I built up the fire and tried to recapture the peace I'd felt earlier. The flames cast dancing shadows against the trees, creating a small circle of light that seemed increasingly fragile against the pressing dark of the forest. I was about to turn in when I heard it. A crack of branches from somewhere in the tree line behind my campsite. I stood, flashlight in hand, and swept the beam across the wall of pines. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin against the vastness. "Anyone there?" No response came, but as I stood listening, the hairs on my arms prickled upward. The feeling of being watched was so tangible I could almost touch it. I played the flashlight across the trees again, the beam catching momentarily on something that might have been eyes reflecting the light, before whatever it was ducked away. "Probably just a deer," I muttered, but I didn't believe it. Deer don't watch you with purpose. That night, in Ernest's narrow bed, I dreamed of bearded men who emerged from trees as though they were made of bark and sap themselves, their eyes hollow and hungry. I woke repeatedly, certain I'd heard footsteps circling the RV, but when I peered through the blinds, I saw only moonlight casting blue shadows across empty ground. Dawn arrived with merciful brightness, banishing the night's imaginings. Over breakfast, instant coffee, and a granola bar, I planned a day hike to clear my head. According to my map, a trail began just a quarter-mile up the service road, leading to several pristine alpine lakes. As I laced up my barely used hiking boots, I glanced toward the spot where the truck had stopped yesterday. In the morning light, I could now see something I'd missed. Tire tracks, not just from yesterday, but many sets overlapping, suggesting the bearded man had driven through here regularly. Why would anyone repeatedly drive down a service road that led only to an unused camping spot and the lakeshore? I shouldered my day pack, locked Ernest, and set off up the road, firmly pushing the question away. I was here for peace, not mysteries. But as I hiked deeper into the forest, away from the relative safety of my campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees themselves were keeping watch, reporting my movements to someone or something that considered my presence an intrusion. Whatever solitude had promised, it was beginning to feel like a threat. The trail began innocuously enough, a subtle parting of undergrowth marked by a weather-beaten wooden sign declaring Clearwater Basin, 3.8 miles. The path was overgrown in places, suggesting it saw little traffic this late in the season. Pine needles cushioned my steps as I moved deeper into the forest, the morning sunlight filtering through the canopy in dusty, slanting beams. I'd been hiking for perhaps an hour, sweat dampening my shirt despite the cool air, when I noticed the silence. Not the peaceful absence of urban noise I'd sought, but something oppressive. The birds had stopped singing. The constant rustle of small creatures in the underbrush had ceased. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the trees unnaturally still. I paused, water bottle halfway to my lips, straining to hear anything beyond my own breathing. Nothing. Just the dull thud of my pulse in my ears. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded wrong, too loud, too human in the watching forest. Taking a deep breath, I continued up the trail, now moving more cautiously. The silence persisted for another quarter-mile before abruptly shattering. A raven's harsh cry directly overhead sent my heart leaping into my throat. It took flight from a branch, dark wings catching the light as it circled once and flew ahead along the trail, as if beckoning. I rounded a bend and stopped so abruptly I nearly lost my balance. Ahead, in a small clearing just off the trail, was a campsite. Or rather, what remained of one. A dome tent lay collapsed, the fabric shredded as though clawed by something with immense strength. The tier patterns were long and parallel, not the work of a knife or any tool I could imagine. Around the tent, the ground was churned up, the dirt and pine needles disturbed in a way that suggested violent struggle. Personal belongings were scattered in a 15-foot radius. A camp stove bent at an impossible angle, clothing shredded like the tent, a hiking boot lying on its side with the laces still tied. But it was the stains that froze the breath in my lungs. Dark, rust-colored splashes and smears on the tent fabric. More disturbing were the drag marks leading from the center of the site into the dense undergrowth beyond, long, continuous smears in the dirt accompanied by more of the dark stains. I pulled out my phone reflexively, but as the ranger had warned, there was no signal. My finger hovered over the emergency call button anyway. Sometimes those would go through even without service. But I hesitated. This was clearly a crime scene. Someone, or several someones, had met with violence here. The rational course of action was to return to the ranger station and report what I'd found. But something compelled me to look closer, to try to understand what had happened before I left. Stepping carefully to avoid disturbing potential evidence, I moved toward the tent. The destruction was even more shocking up close. Whatever had torn through the fabric had done so with enough force to snap one of the fiberglass tent poles. I peered through the largest rent in the material and saw a sleeping bag, also torn, and beside it, a small journal with a leather cover. I reached in and carefully extracted the journal, feeling a twinge of guilt at disturbing the scene, but reasoning that it might contain information about the tent's occupant. The first page had a name and emergency contact. Elise Warner. In case of emergency contact, David Warner. Brother. 406-555. Ear 178. The most recent entry was dated 3 days ago. Day 4 at Clearwater. Still no sign of Eric or his campsite. Rangers say they have no record of him checking in, but the text he sent me had coordinates to meet up. I'm giving it one more day before heading back to report him missing proper. Last night the noises were back, closer this time. Not animal sounds, but not quite human either. like someone trying to mimic speech underwater. The ranger said there are no bears in this specific area right now, but something is definitely out there. Setting up my camera trap tonight. I flipped through the rest of the journal, but there were no more entries. I pocketed it, promising myself I'd turn it over to authorities. Eric Sullivan, the name from the backpack I hadn't yet found, was mentioned here. This was clearly connected to something larger than one ransacked campsite. As I straightened, something caught my eye near where the drag marks began, a small digital camera, its lens cracked but the body intact. I picked it up, turned it on, and was surprised to see it still had power. The most recent images were from night mode, triggered by motion. The first showed nothing but darkened trees. The second, time-stamped 2:17 a.m., made my blood run cold. The image quality was poor, but it clearly showed a figure at the edge of the campsite. Tall, unnaturally so, with proportions that seemed wrong, limbs too long, torso too narrow. It was partially hidden behind a tree, but what was visible didn't look fully human. The face was obscured by what might have been a beard, but in the infrared lighting, it appeared more like tendrils or roots growing from the jaw. Most disturbing were the eyes, which reflected the camera's flash as two perfect white circles, devoid of pupils or irises. The third and final image was blurred, as if the camera had been knocked over while firing. All it showed was a smear of movement and what might have been a hand or claw reaching toward the lens. I nearly dropped the camera, a wave of cold fear washing over me. Whatever was in that image wasn't a man in a costume or a bear on its hind legs. It was something else entirely, something that didn't belong in any rational understanding of the world. I backed away from the campsite, my earlier academic interest replaced by primal fear. As I turned to hurry back down the trail, something caught my boot, a strap protruding from beneath a fallen branch. I nearly left it, but curiosity overrode fear for a moment. I lifted the branch to reveal a backpack, partially covered in dirt and pine needles, as if someone had made a hasty attempt to conceal it. The pack was high-end, the kind serious hikers invested in. I unzipped the main compartment with shaking hands. Inside were clothes, a water filter, energy bars, and a wallet. The driver's license inside belonged to Eric Sullivan, a 28-year-old from Spokane. The photo showed a bearded young man with friendly eyes and a wide smile. There was also a folded map with coordinates marked in red pen, presumably the ones mentioned in Elise's journal. Something else was in the backpack, a small leather-bound book similar to Elise's journal. Eric's entries detailed his arrival at Glacier 10 days ago and his plan to meet up with his friend Elise to explore some off-trail features he'd read about online. The final entry sent ice through my veins. I'm being followed. Not by rangers or other hikers, something else. It moves at night mostly, but today I saw it watching me from the trees during daylight. Looks like a man from a distance, but up close. Not quite right. Too tall. Moves wrong. Face isn't a face. Ranger McAllister said I was imagining things, that there's nothing in these woods except wildlife and the occasional hiker. But then he asked why I was in this specific area, got real intense about it. Said this section was prone to landslides, should be avoided. But my maps don't show any danger. Tonight I'm moving camp closer to the meeting point. Elise should be there in 2-3 days. Safety in numbers. McAllister. The name triggered a connection. Harold McAllister. Could that be the bearded man in the truck? The hostile local who claimed the parkland was private property. A rustling sound from the underbrush snapped me back to the present. I spun toward the noise, heart hammering. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. "Park ranger?" The rustling stopped immediately. Then came a sound that turned my limbs to water, a low, gurgling vocalization, like someone trying to speak with a throat full of liquid. It rose in pitch, becoming almost questioning, mimicking my intonation with uncanny precision. "Park ranger." I didn't wait to see what emerged. Clutching Eric's backpack and the camera, I ran. The trail seemed longer on the return journey, each bend revealing only more forest, more places for something to hide and watch. Branches whipped my face as I stumbled downhill, my lungs burning, the weight of what I'd discovered heavier than the physical items I carried. Multiple times I thought I heard something moving parallel to me through the trees, keeping pace effortlessly. Once, through a gap in the pines, I caught a glimpse of something tall and wrong-shaped, moving with a smooth gliding motion no human could replicate. When Ernest finally came into view through the trees, I nearly wept with relief. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, snatched them up again, and finally managed to unlock the door. Once inside, I locked it behind me, drew all the blinds, and collapsed onto the small sofa, gasping for breath. For several minutes, I just sat there, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The ransacked campsite could be explained by a bear attack. The weird figure in the photo could be a camera malfunction or trick of light. But the journals, the disappearances, the hostile local named McAllister, the mimicking voice in the woods, together they painted a picture too disturbing to rationalize away. I needed to leave. Now. Report everything to the authorities from a safe distance. I moved to the driver's seat and turned the key. Ernest's engine coughed to life, a comforting mechanical sound in the wilderness silence. As I prepared to put him in reverse, movement caught my eye. Standing at the edge of the clearing was the bearded man from the truck. Harold McAllister, I presumed. He wasn't moving toward me, just watching, his stance unnervingly still. And behind him, half hidden among the trees, stood something else. Something taller, its proportions subtly wrong, its face obscured by shadow, except for two pale eyes reflecting the afternoon light. I slammed Ernest into reverse and hit the gas. Ernest's tires spun in the soft earth before finding purchase. I backed onto the service road with more haste than skill, narrowly missing a tree. In the side mirror, I caught a final glimpse of Harold still standing motionless at the edge of the clearing, the taller figure no longer visible behind him. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I navigated the rutted road. The rational part of my mind, the part that had edited thousands of manuscripts, that paid taxes and remembered dental appointments, was trying desperately to impose order on what I'd witnessed. Bears explained the ransacked campsite. A hostile local with possible mental health issues, explained Harold. Camera malfunctions explained the strange images. Stress and suggestion explained the voice in the woods. But the greater part of me, the primitive brain that recognizes danger before consciousness can name it, knew better. Something was deeply wrong in this corner of Glacier National Park, something beyond the usual risks of wilderness. I reached the main park road and turned toward the west entrance, where I'd seen the ranger station. Ernest groaned as I pushed him faster than his aged chassis preferred. The dashboard clock read 3:17 p.m. If I drove straight through, I could reach the ranger station before they closed at 5:00. 10 minutes into the drive, Ernest's engine made a sound no engine should ever make. A high-pitched whine followed by a series of metallic pops. The temperature gauge, which I'd neglected to check in my panic, was deep in the red. Steam billowed from under the hood, and the steering suddenly went heavy in my hands. No, 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 I muttered, guiding the dying vehicle to the shoulder. When the engine finally gave out completely, I was still miles from the ranger station, on a stretch of road with no other vehicles in sight. Pine trees pressed close on both sides, their shadows already lengthening as afternoon began its slide toward evening. I tried my phone again. Still no service. I had passed an emergency call box a few miles back, but the prospect of walking there, with the forest watching, sent ice through my veins. Gathering my courage, I stepped outside to check under Ernest's hood. A plume of steam greeted me, along with the acrid smell of burnt coolant. The radiator had a visible crack, leaking fluorescent green liquid onto the asphalt. Perfect, I said to no one. Just perfect. I gathered essential supplies into my day pack: water, protein bars, the journals, the camera, my pocket knife, and a small can of bear spray I'd bought as an afterthought. For a moment I considered waiting for another vehicle to pass, but the rapidly dimming light changed my mind. Better to start walking now and flag someone down if they appeared. The walk back toward the ranger station was an exercise in controlled terror. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush sent my heart rate spiking. Twice I thought I heard the rumble of an approaching vehicle, only to turn and see empty road stretching behind me. After about a mile, the call box came into view, a small metal box on a post with the reassuring Park Service logo. I jogged the last 100 yards, already rehearsing what I'd say to the dispatcher. The call box had been vandalized. The receiver was torn completely from its cord, the metal casing dented as if struck repeatedly with something heavy. Most disturbing was what had been scratched into the metal. Not their land. I backed away, my last hope of easy rescue evaporating. The setting sun cast long shadows across the road, and for the first time, I had to confront the possibility of being in these woods after dark. A new sound reached me then, the distant but unmistakable growl of an engine. I turned toward it, ready to flag down whatever vehicle appeared, hiker etiquette be damned. Around the bend came the battered Ford pickup. I dove into the trees before conscious thought could form, instinct driving me away from the road and into the concealing underbrush. The truck slowed as it approached the disabled Winnebago, then stopped. Through gaps in the foliage, I watched Harold exit the vehicle and walk around Ernest with the methodical precision of someone looking for tracks. He paused at the call box, running his fingers over the scratched message as if confirming it was still there. Then, most chillingly, he turned toward the exact spot where I'd entered the forest and stood perfectly still, head slightly cocked, like a predator sensing prey. "I know you're watching," he called, his voice carrying easily through the quiet woods. "You think you're the first to come looking? To stick your nose where it doesn't belong?" He walked to the tree line, stopping just feet from where I crouched behind a fallen log. This was McAllister land for 6 generations before the government stole it. My grandfather fought them in court. My father fought them with petitions and protests. I tried fighting them with reason. A bitter laugh escaped him. None of it worked, so I found another way. He turned back toward his truck, and for a moment I thought he might leave. Instead, he reached into the bed and withdrew something that made my blood freeze. A hunting rifle, which he cradled with casual familiarity. The others were accidents, mostly. Got too close to things they shouldn't have seen. But you... He chambered around with practiced ease. You took evidence. The journals. The camera. Can't have that getting out. I pressed myself flatter against the forest floor, hardly daring to breathe. Harold stood at the edge of the trees, rifle ready, scanning the underbrush. The light was fading rapidly now, the forest dissolving into a collage of deepening shadows. "You've got 2 choices," he called. "Come out now, hand over what you took, and I'll drive you to the park boundary. Or stay hidden and deal with what comes after dark. Trust me, you'd prefer the first option." The implied threat was clear, but something in his tone caught my attention. Not just menace, but genuine fear when he mentioned what comes after dark. The image from Elise's camera flashed in my mind, the too tall figure with the wrong proportions and reflective eyes. I remained motionless, barely breathing, as Harold waited for a response that wouldn't come. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed. "Your funeral," he muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. Then, louder, "They're all yours, like we agreed." He returned to his truck, placed the rifle inside, and drove away, leaving me alone in the rapidly darkening forest. For several minutes after his departure, I remained frozen in place, uncertain whether this was a trick to flush me out. When no further sounds came, I cautiously raised my head above the log. The road was empty, Ernest's white bulk clearly visible in the fading light. My options were limited. Return to the RV and hope someone else drove by, or continue through the forest toward where I believed the ranger station to be. The decision was made for me when I heard it. That same wet, gurgling vocalization from the woods earlier, but now behind me, deeper in the forest. Then another answered from my right and a third from somewhere ahead. They were surrounding me. I broke cover and ran for Ernest, no longer caring about stealth. The gurgling calls increased in volume and frequency, moving through the trees with impossible speed. I burst onto the road and sprinted for the RV, fumbling with the keys as I ran. I reached the door just as something emerged from the trees on the far side of the road. A tall, elongated silhouette that moved with fluid grace despite its awkward proportions. In the dimming light, I couldn't make out details, only an impression of wrongness that sent primal terror coursing through me. The key slid home. I wrenched the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut behind me, locking it with trembling fingers. Through the windshield, I could see more shapes emerging from the forest. 3, then 5, then too many to count, all with that same wrong silhouette, all moving with that same unnatural smoothness. They didn't approach Ernest directly but circled at a distance, occasionally emitting those horrible wet sounds. As darkness fell completely, I could see their eyes. Reflective white circles that caught what little ambient light remained, like animals' eyes in headlights, but much larger, much more aware. I huddled in the driver's seat, gripping the bear spray like a talisman, watching as they continued their circular pattern around the RV. Hours passed this way, me inside, them outside, neither advancing nor retreating. Occasionally, one would approach close enough that I could hear a sound like branches scraping against bark, though none actually touched the vehicle. Around midnight, exhaustion overcame terror, and I drifted into a fitful sleep plagued by dreams of being buried alive in earth that whispered with roots and voices. I awoke with a jolt to early morning light and silence. The shapes were gone, the road empty save for Ernest and the surrounding trees that now seemed innocuous in the gentle dawn. Had I imagined it all? The stress, the isolation, the encounters with Harold. Could they have triggered some sort of wilderness psychosis? My relief was short-lived. When I moved to the kitchen area to find water, I saw it. The door I'd so carefully locked hung slightly ajar, a gap of perhaps half an inch visible between door and frame. With mounting dread, I surveyed the RV's interior. The place had been methodically ransacked, drawers pulled out, cupboards emptied, my duffel bag upended on the bed. But most chilling was what had been done to the walls. Every vertical surface inside Ernest was covered with the same message, scratched deeply into the paneling with something sharp. Not their land. Not their land. Not their land. Over and over, hundreds of times, the words carved with such force that in places they went through to the metal beneath. In the center of the small dining table lay the journals and camera I'd so carefully packed in my day pack, the pack that had been beside me in the driver's seat all night. Beside them was a small object I didn't recognize, a figurine, roughly 6 inches tall, made of twisted roots and pine needles bound together with some dark, resinous substance. It was shaped vaguely like a human, but with elongated limbs and a featureless face, save for 2 small reflective stones where eyes should be. I backed away, bile rising in my throat. Whatever had surrounded Ernest in the night hadn't been kept out by locks or walls. They had entered, moved around me as I slept, gone through my possessions, and left this twisted token behind, all without me waking. And they had taken nothing. Not the journals, not the camera, not the evidence I'd collected. They wanted me to have it, wanted me to know. With shaking hands, I gathered the items and shoved them into my day pack. Then I did the only sensible thing left to do. I ran. I abandoned Ernest without a backward glance, the keys still in the ignition. Whatever mechanical issues had stranded him yesterday seemed trivial compared to the horror of what had happened during the night. I struck out walking along the main park road, my pace just short of a jog, driven by the conviction that distance was my only hope. The morning was eerily beautiful, sunlight filtering through golden aspen leaves, the distant mountains sharp against a sky so blue it hurt to look at. Birds sang in the trees, and once a deer crossed the road ahead of me, pausing to regard me with liquid brown eyes before bounding away. The normal wilderness, performing its normal rhythms, as if nothing unnatural lurked among the trees. After an hour of steady walking with no sign of other vehicles, I checked my phone again. Still no service, but the battery was down to 15%. I switched it off to conserve power for a genuine emergency, though what constituted an emergency beyond what I'd already experienced I couldn't imagine. Around noon, the road curved away from the direction I needed to go. According to my map, continuing straight through the woods would save me several miles, cutting across a bend in the road to rejoin it closer to the ranger station. Under normal circumstances, I'd never have considered leaving the relative safety of the road, but fatigue was setting in, and the prospect of shaving hours off my journey was too tempting to resist. I marked my position as best I could and plunged into the forest, using the sun and my compass to maintain direction. The going was slower than I'd anticipated. Deadfall and thick underbrush forced me to zigzag rather than travel in a straight line. The physical exertion was almost welcome, occupying my mind with immediate concerns rather than the lingering horror of the previous night. The forest grew denser as I walked, the canopy thickening until only occasional shafts of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The temperature dropped noticeably in this perpetual shade, and the silence returned. That same watching, waiting absence of sound I'd experienced before. I was considering turning back to the road when I smelled it. Wood smoke, faint but unmistakable on the still air. Smoke meant people, and people meant potential help. I adjusted my course toward the scent, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. The trees opened suddenly onto a small clearing, in the center of which stood a cabin. Not a modern vacation home or park service structure, but something far older. Walls of hand-hewn logs darkened by decades of weather, a roof of split shakes covered in moss, small windows with wavy glass that caught the sunlight like water. A thin spiral of smoke rose from a stone chimney, carrying the scent of burning pine. I approached cautiously, scanning for signs of Harold's truck or other dangers. The clearing appeared empty save for the cabin itself and a small woodpile stacked neatly against one wall. No power lines ran to the structure, no satellite dish or antenna broke its rustic silhouette. It looked as if it had grown from the forest floor, a natural formation of wood and stone. As I drew closer, details emerged that sent unease crawling up my spine. The cabin's proportions were subtly wrong. The door slightly too tall and narrow, the windows placed at irregular heights, the whole structure listing slightly to one side as if straining to return to the earth. Most disturbing were the carvings that covered every exposed inch of the exterior walls, intricate patterns of interlocking shapes that, from a distance, resembled decorative knotwork, but up close revealed themselves to be stylized renderings of elongated human figures with antler-like growths emerging from their heads. I was about to retreat when the door opened. An elderly woman stepped onto the small porch, her appearance so startlingly normal after the cabin's wrongness that I froze in place. She was small and bird-like, with silver hair pulled into a neat bun and a cardigan buttoned over a floral dress despite the wilderness setting. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on a nose that had once been broken and healed slightly crooked. In her hand, she carried a steaming mug that filled the air with the scent of chamomile. She showed no surprise at finding a disheveled stranger standing in her clearing. "Well," she said, her voice warm with a hint of Montana roughness, "aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" I opened my mouth, closed it, then managed, "I'm sorry to intrude. My RV broke down on the main road and I'm trying to reach the ranger station." "You've wandered a fair piece off course then," she said, smiling. "Come in and warm yourself. You look half frozen and wholly exhausted." Every instinct warned against entering that wrong-proportioned cabin with its disturbing carvings, but the woman herself seemed so ordinary, so grandmotherly, that my fear began to feel absurd. Besides, I was exhausted, hungry, and increasingly desperate for human contact after the isolation and terror of the past 24 hours. "Thank you," I said, climbing the 3 wooden steps to the porch. "I'm Victor Donnelly." "Margaret McAllister," she replied, holding the door open. "But everyone just calls me Maggie." "McAllister. The name stopped me in my tracks. Any relation to Harold McAllister? Something flickered behind her eyes. Caution, perhaps, or recognition. My son, she said after a moment's hesitation. You've met Harold? I considered lying, but opted for a partial truth. Briefly, on the road, he seemed concerned about people camping in certain areas of the park. She sighed, a sound weighted with decades of resignation. Harold takes after his father in that regard. Too much anger, not enough perspective. Come in, come in. The tea's getting cold. The cabin's interior was as disconcerting as its exterior, though in more subtle ways. The ceiling was unexpectedly high, creating an echo when Maggie spoke. The floorboards were laid at odd angles, forcing my eyes to constantly readjust. The furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a rocking chair by the fireplace, and a narrow bed in one corner, seemed handmade, with the same subtly wrong proportions as the cabin itself. Most of the wall space was occupied by framed photographs, hundreds of them arranged in a dense collage. As Maggie busied herself at a small wood stove, I studied the nearest ones. Many showed a younger Harold with a man who must have been his father. Same wild beard, same intense eyes. Others showed Maggie herself, aging backward through the decades. But the oldest photos, yellowed and fading, showed something that made my skin prickle. A group of stern-faced settlers standing in front of a newly built cabin, this cabin, and behind them, half hidden in shadow, impossibly tall figures with elongated limbs. My family has been here since before this was a national park, Maggie said, startling me. She handed me a chipped mug of tea and gestured toward one of the chairs. 6 generations of McAllisters working the same land. I sat, wrapping my cold fingers around the warm mug. It must have been difficult when the park was established. Her smile tightened almost imperceptibly. The government has always had little regard for those who came before. They drew lines on maps and called it conservation, never mind that we had been conserving this land for a century before they arrived. Your family lost property? Nearly 6,000 acres. Her voice remained pleasant, but something harder entered her eyes. My husband fought them in court for 20 years, died of a heart attack the day the final appeal was denied. I sipped the tea, which tasted of chamomile and something else, something bitter and earthy I couldn't identify. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been devastating. It was, she agreed, taking the seat opposite me. But the McAllisters are nothing if not adaptable. We found other arrangements. The way she said arrangements sent a ripple of unease through me. I glanced again at the photographs, at those tall, shadowy figures just visible behind the family. Other arrangements? This land has always had its original inhabitants, she said cryptically. Long before settlers, long before the native tribes even. The old ones have been here since the mountains were young. The tea suddenly felt too heavy in my stomach. I set the mug down. The old ones? Her eyes fixed on mine, surprisingly keen behind the glasses. They're particular about their territory, protective, but they can be reasoned with if you understand their ways. A piece clicked into place. Harold's words by the road. They're all yours, like we agreed. You made a deal with them, I said, the words falling from my mouth before I could stop them. Your family, that's how you stayed on the land even after it became a park. Maggie's expression didn't change, but she went very still. You've seen them, haven't you? Not just glimpses like the others. You've really seen them. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken, making it difficult to draw a full breath. Outside, the wind picked up suddenly, whistling through the ill-fitting window frames with a sound like distant voices. I found the campsites, I admitted. Elise Warner, Eric Sullivan, the journals, the camera with the photos. Ah, she nodded slowly. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Hikers stray into protected areas despite the warnings. Harold tries to turn them back when he can, but some are persistent. Protected areas? My voice rose slightly. Those people were attacked, killed, sacrificed, she corrected gently, as if explaining a simple concept to a child. The arrangement requires payment. The old ones help us keep our land, true ownership, regardless of what government papers say, and in return, they require acknowledgement. Tribute. Horror crawled up my throat. You feed them, people. Only trespassers, she said, still in that reasonable tone. Only those who ignore the signs, who push too far into territories that don't belong to them. Just as the government took what wasn't theirs, these outsiders take what isn't theirs. There's a symmetry to it, don't you think? I stood abruptly, knocking over the chair. The tea was making me dizzy, the edges of my vision darkening. Drugged, I realized too late. The bitter undertaste. I need to go, I managed, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I'm afraid that's not possible, Maggie said, rising with surprising agility for her age. You've seen too much. Taken evidence. Under normal circumstances, we'd simply let the old ones handle you like the others. But you're different, Victor. You've been marked. Marked? The word felt thick in my mouth. She gestured to my pack. They returned the journals to you. Left their sign. That means they see something in you. Potential, perhaps. The door opened behind me. I turned, already knowing who I would see. Harold filled the doorway, his massive frame blocking the exit. Beyond him, the forest had darkened, though it couldn't be past mid-afternoon. Something about the quality of the shadow suggested gathering clouds, but deeper than any natural storm. Mother, Harold said, his voice softer than it had been on the road, but no less menacing. I see you've met our guest. We've had a lovely chat, Maggie replied. Victor here was just about to make a decision. Harold's eyes locked onto mine. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for a wild beard was something stranger. Dark tendrils that seemed to move slightly of their own accord, twisting and curling against his skin. His eyes, which I'd thought merely hostile before, had an unnatural reflective quality even in the cabin's dim light. What decision? I asked, though I feared I already knew. Join or feed, Harold said simply. The old ones have marked you. They offer you a place in the arrangement. Accept, and you remain. Refuse, and you become tribute. You're insane, I whispered, backing away until I hit the wall of photographs. Both of you. We're pragmatists, Maggie corrected. 6 generations on this land, Victor. 6 generations of McAllisters finding a way to survive when the world tried to take everything from us. I looked from her to Harold, seeing the family resemblance more clearly now, not just in their features, but in the fanatical light behind their eyes. They truly believed in what they were doing. Generations of bitterness and isolation had forged a terrible bargain, and they had convinced themselves it was justice. And if I join? My mind raced, searching for any way out. What would that entail? You take the mark willingly, Harold said. Become part of the family. Help maintain the borders, direct trespassers to the tribute areas. In return, you're protected, given a place. The mark, I repeated. Like what's happening to you. His hand rose unconsciously to the writhing tendrils of his beard. The old ones share a piece of themselves. It changes you, but it extends life. Mother is nearly 90, though you'd never know it. I glanced at Maggie, seeing her seemingly spry 70-year-old appearance in a new, horrifying light. And if I refuse? Harold shrugged massive shoulders. Then we open the door and step aside. The old ones are gathered already. They can sense the mark they left on you, and they're hungry for your answer. As if in response to his words, a low gurgling sound came from just outside the cabin. That same terrible mimicry of human speech I'd heard in the forest. It was answered by another, then another, until the clearing seemed filled with them. Not much of a choice, I said, playing for time, trying to clear my head from whatever Maggie had put in the tea. There's always a choice, Maggie said. That's the point. The government gave us no choice when they took our land. The old ones at least offer alternatives. My gaze fell on the photographs again, specifically on one I hadn't noticed before. A faded color Polaroid from perhaps the 1970s showing a young woman with Maggie's features standing beside a man who was clearly Harold at about my age. The date scrawled at the bottom, June 1971. It hit me then. The woman in the photo wasn't Maggie as a young woman. It was her daughter. Harold's wife or sister, perhaps. But if that was Harold in the 1970s. "How old are you?" I asked him directly. A thin smile crossed his face, stretching the tendrils unnaturally. "I was born in 1937. The old ones are generous with those who serve them." Almost 90 years old, and he looked perhaps 60, albeit in poor health. The arrangement he spoke of offered more than land. It offered extended life, at the cost of gradual transformation into something no longer fully human. "I need to think," I said, buying more time. "Of course," Maggie nodded, "but not too long. They grow impatient when tribute is delayed." As if on cue, something heavy thudded against the side of the cabin, making the whole structure shudder. The gurgling voices outside rose in volume and urgency. Harold moved toward me, backing me into a corner. "Choose, Mr. Donnelly, now." In desperation, I lunged for my pack, which sat on the floor where I'd dropped it. Harold was faster than his size suggested, grabbing my arm in a grip that felt like iron bands. "Mother," he said calmly, "open the door." Maggie moved toward the entrance with that same uncanny agility. Outside, the gurgling had reached a fever pitch, accompanied by a sound like dozens of branches being dragged across the cabin walls. In a last, desperate move, I twisted in Harold's grip and plunged my free hand into my jacket pocket, fingers closing around the small canister of bear spray. Before he could react, I brought it up and discharged it directly into his face. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Harold released me with a roar that sounded nothing like a human voice. The tendrils around his face writhed wildly, curling away from the spray as if they were separate organisms in pain. His eyes, now clearly reflective like those in Elise's photo, wept a dark fluid that steamed where it hit the floorboards. Maggie turned at the commotion, her face transforming with rage. Beneath the grandmotherly facade, something shifted, her skin rippling as if something moved beneath it, trying to get out. I snatched up my pack and charged toward the door, knocking the smaller woman aside with more force than I intended. She hit the wall with a crack, photographs falling around her. For an instant I saw her face distort, the skin splitting to reveal something dark and glistening beneath. Then I was through the door and into the clearing. What waited outside defied description. Dozens of the tall, wrong-proportioned figures surrounded the cabin, their bodies seeming to shift between solid and shadow as they moved. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for branches or antlers were actually growths emerging from their elongated heads. Not quite horns, not quite tentacles, but something organic and ancient that twisted toward the sky. They had no faces in any human sense, just smooth, bark-like surfaces interrupted by those reflective eyes and vertical splits that opened to reveal the source of the gurgling sounds. Dark cavities filled with a viscous fluid that vibrated when they spoke. For one frozen moment we regarded each other, me, a terrified human clutching a pack and a mostly empty can of bear spray. Them, ancient beings that had made a devil's bargain with a family bitter enough to sacrifice strangers to maintain their claim on stolen land. Then I ran. I expected pursuit, but when I glanced back after 50 yards, I saw something stranger. The entities were converging on the cabin, ignoring me completely. Through the open door, I could see Harold on his knees, still clutching his face. Maggie stood in the doorway, her form seeming to ripple and distort as she raised her arms toward the approaching figures in what looked like supplication or warning. I didn't wait to see more. I ran as I'd never run before, crashing through underbrush, leaping deadfall, my only thought to put distance between myself and what lurked behind me. The day had darkened further, unnatural shadows deepening beneath the trees. but ahead I could see brighter light. A break in the forest. I burst onto the main park road, nearly colliding with an oncoming park service truck. The ranger behind the wheel slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop inches from where I stood, swaying with exhaustion. "Hey!" she shouted, jumping out. "Are you okay? What are you doing out here without—" She stopped mid-sentence, taking in my wild appearance, the tears in my clothing, the spray canister still clutched in my hand. "Help!" I managed, before my legs gave way and the world went dark. I awoke in a hospital room, the antiseptic smell and steady beep of monitors instantly recognizable. Light streamed through partially closed blinds, casting striped shadows across a standard-issue white blanket. An IV line ran into my arm, and a pulse oximeter glowed red on my finger. For a moment I lay perfectly still, afraid that any movement might reveal this normalcy to be an illusion, a final dream before returning to the horrors of the forest. But the world remained solid. The scratch of hospital sheets against my skin, the distant sounds of a nurse's station, the dull ache in my muscles from running too far too fast. A nurse entered, startling slightly when she saw I was awake. "Mr. Donnelly," she said, approaching the bed. "Good to see you back with us. How are you feeling?" "Thirsty," I managed, my voice a dry rasp. "Where am I?" "Kalispell Regional Medical Center," she said, pouring water from a plastic pitcher. "You were brought in 2 days ago. Severe dehydration, exhaustion, and mild hypothermia. The rangers who found you said you collapsed on the road." 2 days. I'd lost 2 days. "My belongings?" "In the closet," she pointed. "The sheriff's department kept your backpack, though. They said it might be evidence." Evidence. The journals. The camera. Proof of what I'd seen and experienced. "I need to speak with them." "They've been waiting for you to wake up," she assured me. "I'll let them know you're conscious. The doctor will want to check you over first." The next few hours passed in a blur of medical examinations, police interviews, and trying to sort reality from nightmare. The doctor pronounced me physically sound apart from exhaustion and dehydration. The sheriff's deputy who took my statement was professional but clearly skeptical as I recounted my experiences, editing out the more supernatural elements but emphasizing the missing hikers, the ransacked campsites, and the threatening behavior of Harold McAllister. "We're familiar with McAllister," the deputy said, making notes. "He's had run-ins with the Park Service before. Trespassing, harassment of campers, illegal hunting. Never anything violent, though." "Did you find the cabin?" I asked. "Or them?" He looked up, frowning slightly. "We searched the area based on your description. Found your RV where you said it would be, engine blown. The interior was vandalized just like you described. But there was no cabin in that vicinity, Mr. Donnelly. No structures of any kind within 5 miles. "That's impossible," I insisted. "I was there. I spoke with them. It was—" "You were severely dehydrated," he interrupted gently. "Possibly experiencing hallucinations. The search teams found no evidence of a cabin or residence in that section of the park." "What about the backpack? The journals? The camera?" "We're analyzing those now," he said. "They do belong to individuals reported missing in the park, Eric Sullivan and Elise Warner. Their families have been notified that we've recovered some of their belongings." "And the bodies?" The deputy's expression tightened. "No remains have been recovered. We're expanding the search area based on the last known coordinates from Ms. Warner's journal." After he left, I lay staring at the ceiling, trying to reconcile what I knew with what others were willing to believe. The missing hikers were real. The vandalized RV was real. The backpack, journals, and camera were real. But the cabin that vanished between one day and the next, the ancient entities that had made a bargain with a family willing to sacrifice strangers to maintain their claim, the human but not quite human McAllisters, gradually transforming into something else entirely, those would be dismissed as the hallucinations of an exhausted, dehydrated mind. I wasn't sure I could blame them. I was released from the hospital the following day. The sheriff's department arranged temporary accommodations in Kalispell while their investigation continued, advising me not to leave the area. I spent the first day sleeping, my body still recovering from the ordeal. The second day, I began my own investigation. The public library in Kalispell was small but surprisingly well stocked with local history materials. I started with newspaper archives, searching for anything related to the McAllister family or strange occurrences in that section of Glacier National Park. What I found chilled me more deeply than the entities in the forest ever had. The McAllisters were real, a family that had settled in the area in the 1870s, establishing a homestead that eventually grew to nearly 6,000 acres. When the land was incorporated into Glacier National Park in the early 1900s, the family had indeed fought the designation through legal challenges, protests, and eventually threats against park officials. But that's where reality diverged from what I'd been told in the cabin. According to newspaper accounts from 1943, the last known McAllister, Harold Sr., had disappeared during a blizzard after threatening a park ranger. The official report concluded he had become disoriented in the storm and perished, though his body was never recovered. Subsequent articles documented a bizarre series of vanishings in the decades that followed. Hikers, campers, and occasionally park employees, all disappearing without trace from the same general area of the park. The disappearances followed no discernible pattern except geography and an odd seasonality. They happened exclusively between April and October, when the area was accessible by foot. Most disturbing was what I found in a local history book published in the 1960s. A grainy black and white photograph showed the original McAllister homestead, a cabin with the exact same wrong proportions I'd seen, the same too-tall door and irregular windows. The caption noted that the structure had burned to the ground in 1944, barely a year after Harold Sr.'s disappearance. If the cabin had been destroyed 8 decades ago, what had I seen in the forest? I expanded my search, digging into local legends and folklore. In a slim volume of regional myths, I found a single paragraph that made my blood freeze. Native tribes in the region avoided certain valleys within what is now Glacier National Park, believing them to be inhabited by the tall people, ancient spirits that were neither human nor animal, but something that existed before both. These entities were said to claim humans who trespassed in their territory, gradually transforming them into creatures like themselves over many generations. According to legend, certain families made pacts with the tall people, offering sacrifices in exchange for protection and extended life. The book contained no further information, dismissing the legend as a typical tribal superstition meant to keep people away from dangerous terrain. But I knew better. That evening, I received a call from the sheriff's department. The deputy I'd spoken with at the hospital wanted to meet me the following morning to discuss new developments in the investigation. He refused to elaborate further over the phone. I barely slept that night, my dreams filled with glimpses of elongated figures moving through trees and Harold's face as the tendrils twisted in pain from the bear spray. The next morning, I arrived at the sheriff's department to find not just the deputy, but a full conference room of people, park rangers, FBI agents, and a woman introduced as Dr. Eleanor Marsh from the University of Montana's Anthropology Department. "Mr. Donnelly," the deputy began, "we owe you an apology. We should have taken your account more seriously from the start." "You found the cabin," I said, not a question. The deputy exchanged glances with one of the FBI agents. "Not exactly, but we found something. The forensic team analyzing the camera you recovered managed to extract additional images beyond the ones you saw. Some were corrupted, but what was visible corroborates elements of your story." Dr. Marsh slid a folder across the table. "The journal entries also contained information that aligns with local indigenous legends I've been studying for years. Accounts of the entities you described appear in tribal records dating back centuries." I opened the folder to find printouts of the camera images, enhanced and clarified. They showed exactly what I'd seen in the forest, the two tall figures with their elongated limbs and reflective eyes. More disturbing were close-ups of what appeared to be partial transformations, human hands developing bark-like textures, human faces with tendrils emerging from beneath the skin. "There's more," the park ranger said. "We've used ground-penetrating radar in the area where you indicated the cabin stood. While there's no structure there now, we found evidence of foundations and a mass grave containing at least 12 sets of human remains. Some dating back decades, the FBI agent added. Preliminary findings suggest the most recent dates to approximately 3 weeks ago. Elise Warner, I said quietly. Most likely, the agent nodded. We're conducting DNA tests to confirm. And Harold? Maggie? Have you found them? The room went silent for a moment before the deputy spoke again. That's where things get complicated. According to all official records, the McAllister family line ended in 1943. There is no Harold Jr. or Margaret McAllister. But I saw them, I insisted. I spoke with them. We believe you, Dr. Marsh said, leaning forward. The indigenous legends speak of humans who made pacts with these entities, the tall people, as they called them. Those who made these bargains were said to take on characteristics of the entities over time, gaining extended life but gradually transforming into something no longer human. The legends also mention that these collaborators could move between worlds, one of the park rangers added. That they existed in a space between our reality and whatever realm the tall people inhabited. They could be visible or invisible at will. Structures could appear or disappear. I thought of the cabin that existed in one moment and vanished in the next, of Harold's impossible age, of Maggie's skin rippling to reveal something else beneath. So, what happens now? I asked. The FBI is taking over the investigation, the deputy said. The disappearances cross state lines and span decades. They're treating it as a serial murder case, though how to classify the perpetrators is problematic. We may never find them, the FBI agent admitted. If the legends have any basis in fact, these individuals can simply step sideways, for lack of a better term, become unreachable. But we can protect others, the park ranger added firmly. The area has been closed to all visitors pending the investigation. We're installing camera systems and monitoring equipment throughout the region. Dr. Marsh caught my eye. Mr. Donnelly, you're the first person to encounter these entities and their human collaborators and return to tell about it coherently. Your account is invaluable. I'd like to work with you to document everything you experienced, if you're willing. I agreed, of course. The following weeks were consumed with formal statements, hypnotherapy sessions to recover details I might have suppressed, and endless debriefings with various agencies. Dr. Marsh and I compiled a comprehensive record of my experiences, cross-referenced with historical accounts and indigenous legends. The result was a classified report that would never see public light, but might help prevent future disappearances. 4 months after my ordeal, I received permission to return to Seattle. My former publishing company, hearing vague rumors of my heroic survival in the wilderness, offered me my position back. I declined. Instead, I used the modest settlement from the National Park Service, offered in exchange for a non-disclosure agreement about certain aspects of the investigation, to rent a small apartment in Monterey, California, as far from the forests of Montana as I could reasonably get while remaining on the West Coast. I thought it was over. I wanted it to be over. Then, exactly 1 year after my escape from the cabin, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address, no postmark, as if it had been hand-delivered. Inside was a small object that stopped my breath. A figurine made of twisted roots and pine needles bound with dark resin, shaped like a human but with elongated limbs and reflective stones for eyes. Identical to the one left in my RV that night. Wrapped around it was a note written in spidery handwriting. The old ones don't forget those they've marked, Mr. Donnelly. Neither do we. The arrangement continues, with or without your participation. Should you reconsider our offer, return to the clearing when the leaves turn. We'll be waiting. We have all the time in the world. M. McAllister. I burned the figurine and the note that night, watching the flames consume them on my small balcony overlooking the Pacific. As they turned to ash, I could have sworn I heard a familiar sound beneath the crackle of the fire. a wet, gurgling vocalization that mimicked human speech without understanding it. The ocean breeze eventually carried the ashes away, but I know with terrible certainty that the mark remains. Sometimes in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something moving beneath my skin, just for an instant. And at night, when the darkness is complete, my eyes sometimes reflect light in ways they shouldn't. Perfect white circles staring back at me from the glass. I never return to Glacier National Park. I never will. But I know the arrangement continues. Humans sacrifice to ancient entities in exchange for extended life and power. And I know that somewhere in those mountains, in a cabin that exists in the spaces between our world and theirs, Harold and Maggie McAllister are still waiting, still watching, still keeping their terrible bargain. And sometimes, on cold nights when the wind sounds like voices, I wonder how long I can outrun what was offered to me in that clearing, and what I might become if I ever stop running.